Ooh. Well. Stumbled into my realm yet again. What is going on over here? I always have this problem that, like, I have such an addiction to my PC that I completely forget about my cell phone at times for like hours and hours on end. I can't tell which. I'm hoping that's more healthy. At least, hopefully. If not, then I mean, it is what it is, right? Oh man. Oh. What a day, what a day, what a day, my friends. Hello from Brazil, love the podcast. Thanks, Dima, appreciate that. I gotta bring up Twitch too, actually. Gotta bring up Twitch too. There we go. Today is a day indeed. That is right, Stopper. That is right, my friend. Indeed it is. I think all the rest of my stuff is actually working. If I can bring up multi-stream, that'll be really nice. What a day. Man, my, like, there we go. That should be good enough for now. Oh, man. How's everybody doing? What are we playing? What's everybody playing right now? I do as Mark commands. That's for the best, my friend. That is for the best. Oh, man. Wheel of Time. Tian Tori. Dina. Nice digs. Cyrus. Subtopia. Greetings from the Netherlands. How are you doing, Mr. Legend? I love the sound of that. Mr. Legend. Divinity Original Sin 1? What about it? This is Baldur's Gate 3 soundtrack. It's the one thing that I need to get me started in the morning. Or afternoon, actually. You know, my morning shift. Morning is a subjective term in my current reality. Oh, you asked what I was playing. Oh, okay. Still playing Baldur's Gate 3 with a little Enshrouded. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting more into Enshrouded and trying to learn a little bit more about the game. I went very surface level, because I don't think I only have like 10 or 12 hours into the game so far. So there's a lot to learn, a lot to figure out. Atomic Heart. I never gave that one a shot. I don't know what it was about it, but it just, I don't know, like, kind of bounced off me a little bit. There's, like, certain games that I see, and it's not to say that they're, like, good or bad games. It's just, for some odd reason, I'll watch something, and it'll just, yeah, bounce off me is probably the best way to say it. Also palling around in Pal World? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I was thinking about playing that today or Enshrouded, and then I realized that I have, like, how many hours do I have in Pal World already? It's a really good question. Yeah, I already have 100 hours in Pal World. So, I should probably play some Enshrouded. You're a squirrel? Why am I a squirrel? Swapping between Final Fantasy XIV, Pal World, and Yakuza Like a Dragon. A bit hard on the SP game before Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah. See, well, my biggest worry is exactly how I'm going to. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, hopefully, be able to finish Final Fantasy VII Rebirth before Dragon's Dogma 2's release. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I want to stream Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or not. I don't know. Like, sitting on my couch and playing it does sound mighty attractive. Does sound mighty attractive, right? Do Final Fantasy VII Rebirth after Dragon's Dogma 2? Well, I mean, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out in, what, a week or so? 2 weeks or so? Dragon's Dogma 2 still over a month away, so I think, right? What are the release dates for those? 7. Has anybody noticed that with, like, so I use Opera GX for, cause I have like 2 browsers that I use. So I use one that's just for like the YouTube stuff, and then the other is for like general browsing and whatnot. And so I don't have to constantly keep switching accounts. And like YouTube on Opera GX has like gotten super slow. I don't know if that's Google doing some hanky panky or what. So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out on the 29th. Yeah, and then Dragon's Dogma 2 is like a little less than a month later. I should be fine. I should be fine. Yeah, it's March. It's March 20. It's like March 23rd or something like that. I just looked it up. So yeah, I think I should be hopefully okay. As long as I just don't get distracted by any other games. That's all that matters, right? As long as I don't get distracted by any other games, I should be fine. I should be able to finish Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. At that point, maybe I will stream it, because if I don't, then it'll be difficult for me to get it done in time. I don't know. I can get pretty locked in if I'm playing a game on the couch, honestly. I do wish that there was a way for me to be able to play, like, I mean, I have like a relatively small apartment, so I personally would like to be able to I would like to be able to play Steam on my couch, but I can't. I hope Steam does something in the future with the I guess they kind of could. I don't really know. I haven't really thought about that. I wonder if they could make like a Steam, like a docking station similar to the Nintendo Switch that you could use for like your TV. It would be kind of sick. War Gaming Dad 21. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Skull and Bones will distract you? Bullshit. I have no interest in Skull and Bones, even in the slightest. Not even in the slightest. Ubisoft has not even been on my radar since Division 2. Just, there's nothing that they put out that I look at and I'm like, oh, I want to play that. I saw today that they posted something saying that they were like, Ubisoft was saying that they think that the release of Grand Theft Auto will help support their open world games. I'm like, no, it won't. It'll do the opposite. Every time a better open world game comes out, it just highlights how washed out so many Ubisoft games have become over the last few years. At least that's how it is for me. I can't really speak for everybody. I can only speak for myself. But for myself, when I play an open world game and they do a better job at doing open world stuff, well then, yeah, I think about Ubisoft and I'm like, gross. So gross. By the way, I know your channel because of Asmongold. Cool, man. Cool. I feel like I want to stream either later or earlier so that I can actually watch his streams. More than half the time, he always streams either when I'm recording or when I'm editing. And that's really annoying. Just another half hour and I can leave work. Then I can go back to living Persona 3 Reloaded. You could purchase a Steam Link box. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I could get something like that. I don't know. I mean, at the same time, I could also just plug in an HDMI cable from my computer and then have it go all the way across my living room and into my TV, right? But that also sounds like a pain in the ass, and I would probably trip over it, to be honest. And I just don't want to have to deal with that. Personally. Why in the world is... Why is chat like this? Is this stuff actually working? Test? Okay, so that's working properly. Except for it's very small for some reason, huh? Let's make that a little bit bigger. There we go. Chat's working. Or is chat only picking up Twitch? Is that what's going on? What's up, Safina? That's very interesting. Sometimes it wants to pick up both, and then other times it wants to, like, be weird and not pick up both. Test from YouTube. Yeah, it seems like it's part, I don't know. It figures it out on its own, I guess. I don't really know. I run an older laptop in my living room and a Steam Link to the OLED TV. When I want to play games on that display, works great. Yeah, I mean, I have a gaming laptop as well, so technically I could probably do something like that. But, I mean, my actual rig, my desktop is, you know, so beastly that it's, it's my preferred way to play. It's not Friday. No, sadly, it's not Friday. I tried Skull and Bones beta, and oh my god, it was bad. The ship action wheel didn't work 70% of the time, and I couldn't use my cannons to initiate combat. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just one of those people where, I don't know if you guys are like this. I used to like to think, Rubicon, thank you for the upgraded membership. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, I always like to think that I like a variety of games, but I think I'm relatively, like, narrow in the kind of games that I play and the kind of games that I buy. Like, it's almost always RPGs, and if it's not a turn-based RPG, then it's an action RPG, or it's an MMO, which is another RPG. Like, I used to be really big into first-person shooters and stuff, but, like, over the years, I've just gotten kind of sick of it. Like, mostly because I just got sick and tired of playing, like, competitive games. Tired of, like, the rat race, you know what I mean? Yeah. I am, like, it's like roguelite, RPGs, and then, like, I guess whatever Souls likes you would ever count those as, right? That's pretty much about it. That's pretty much about it. Now, if that new Division game that Ubisoft puts out is actually good, because I don't really count, even though Massive is owned by Ubisoft, Massive is like their own thing by themselves. If that's good, I'd probably check it out, because I really like the Division 2, especially after they did like the post-launched updates where they changed like the looting and gearing system in the game, and you could basically just build your own kits and stuff like that. Like, it was more or less you were trying to find rare equipment so that you could find the, like, so that you could find, it's almost kind of like Diablo 4's aspect system, where you find like legendary aspects and you can apply them to equipment. But the cool thing is that in Division 2, you're actually still searching for loot, because loot is going to have, you know, affixes on that equipment that give like a higher chance or like higher stats or something like that. And then you would tailor that to suit whatever your build you were going with was, and then you would use it to, like, you know, you could add whatever legendary stats or whatever you wanted to afterwards. So, like, loot still had a purpose, and the itemization in Division 2 is probably one of the best, you know, RPG itemization systems that I've seen in a long time. I still feel like I want more for my money. Hold on, let me pull this over here. I feel that I want more value for my money. For $60 plus, I want content I can binge for a good long while. I don't know, man. I mean, kind of. Like, I understand, like, the value for dollar, but also at the same time, I do feel that our demand as consumers to always try to get more time out of our money rather than content, if that makes any sense, like quality content, leads a lot of these developers to put in a lot of stuff that ends up just being bloat. So we end up getting a lot of these games that have really, really drawn out stories. You know, I saw something. I'll give you a really good example of what I mean by this. I saw an interview recently that had Henry Cavill, right? It was like a clip from an interview of sorts, and he's talking about romance scenes in like movies, right? And what he was talking about is how he thinks that like those you know, hot and steamy moments in movies are actually just a cop out because they just don't have any real content to put there. And it's right. And the funny thing is that video games basically do the same thing. And I'm not saying like romance scenes in video games. No, I'm just talking about they just put things in there just to put content for content's sake that just wastes our time because they don't have anything original to put in there because there's already so much stuff in the game to begin with. So I would almost guarantee that they're coming up with systems that are literally just designed to, you know, waste as much time as possible more than anything else. Yeah, I mean, and when I'm talking about fan service, Merlin Trials, excellent point of that. Yes. You look at Hogwarts Legacy and you look at the Merlin Trials, absolute waste of time. Absolute waste of time. D4 inventory, also waste of just D4 in general, waste of time. I just like my last Diablo 4 video I went and made. I logged in, played the game for like 5 or 6 hours or something like that, and I was like, I seriously just sat there and was like, what the fuck am I doing with myself? What am I doing? What am I doing with my time? This is so stupid. This is such a waste. I could literally feel brain cells like leaking out of my ear. It was so bad. It was so bad. It's just not engaging. I don't know what to say. I keep saying this because I don't really know how to put it into words. And I think that's like something that's really hard when you're making like video game reviews specifically, is that there's certain things that there's certain experiences and certain things that happen in a game, and it's really difficult for you to be able to communicate it because it makes sense to you, but it might not make sense to other people. But there's something about Diablo 4, and I can't put my finger on it, but there's something about the game that just doesn't feel good. It's just not engaging. I don't know. There's just this like plastic generic feel to the game. And I realize like video games don't necessarily have a feel because you can't actually touch them, right? But you get what I'm saying. Like it's I don't know, it's just a feeling that I get. It's like when I pick up something cheap. I'm kind of disappointed with hearing more and more games and franchises going live service. I heard about the next Subnautica going live service, and it's sad. You know, actually, I have that. That's actually somewhat misreported. That's not, dude, this fucking mix is all over the place. I'm just playing camp music. This track is like, they're like, this is the exact immersive soundtrack you've been looking for. And I'm like, I click it and it's not. It's all over the fucking place. They're like, here's a chill song, and they're like, da, 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 and it's like, whoa, dude, whoa. I just kind of want to chill. Well, that's like a camp music. Let's just do this one. This is the one I always use. I'll use this one. That's fine. This one always works just fine. So yeah, no, I actually saw that recently. I'll bring that up actually, because I mean, I got a bunch of different things I want to talk about today anyway. So I saw this, which is, so IGN initially reported Subnautica is a multiplayer focused live service game. Publisher Krafton has revealed, which then IGN had to recant it because they misreported the news. Who would have guessed? they misreported the news, and it says developer unknown worlds has clarified publisher Krafton's statement that it's not multiplayer focused, and games as a service merely means continual updates. I think I even have like the original post from them too in here somewhere. Yeah. So Subnautica actually posted on Twitter. They said, so you all have a lot of questions. In summary, 1, early access is not intended to release in 2024, but we plan to share more information in it later this year. 2, in reference to games as a service, we simply plan to continually update the game for many years to come, just like the previous 2 Subnautica games. Think of early access. Think our early access model, think our early access update model expanded. No season passes, no battle passes, no subscription. 3, the game will not be multiplayer focused. Co-op will be an entirely optional way to play the game. You'll be able to enjoy the game as a single player. So literally, it was just IGN trying to get engagement and cycling fake news. S tier IGN. Classic IGN L on that one. Things like this really disappoint me because for the most part, I've been kind of high on IGN because at least on their YouTube, I think their YouTube channel has actually gotten really good over the last few years, where some of their reviews have been a little bit more transparent. I think their content creators have been doing a better job. I think that their coverage on games has been overall better. But when it comes to like their news reporting, it is horrible. Good Lord. They literally just try to be the first on top of something and they'll post it whether or not it's true or not. It's so stupid, dude. Like, give it a fucking day. Give it a fucking day. I'll tell you guys this. Every time you see me cover something, for the most part, there might be at least 1 or 2 occasions in the past where maybe I jumped a little bit too soon, but for the most part, I'm not the guy that wants to try to be first. I want to wait and see the dust settle and then talk about how I feel after it. I don't want to try to jump on something and only to find out a few days later that I literally just made a video about something that's not even real. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do that. And plus, on top of that, it takes me a little bit longer for me to really figure out like what my opinions or what my feelings are on, on whatever kind of topic or whatever kind of news. So, yeah, like I'm not, no, dude, no, I'm not down with that shit. That's so stupid. And the worst part is too, by the way, is that like, there's not even an apology. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we misreported this. Like this right here, especially with the way that opinions are with the, gaming industry right now, this right here could completely fuck up sales. Really good example of this, Cass, before I brought it up, you were sad about it. It very easily could have been that, there are going to be people. No, I shouldn't even say it like that way. There are going to be people that saw this initial post and that's what they're going to run with. And that's what their permanent idea is until they're proven otherwise. Because we have to assume that there's a really good chance that person may not interact with anything Subnautica related after that. You know what I mean? No news ever apologizes. No, they don't. Of course they fucking don't. Yeah, I saw it and had no reason to doubt it, which, I mean, I don't blame consumers or gamers for feeling that way because we're so used to seeing that stuff in the first place. Every single game that comes out, every studio that comes out ends up saying something along the lines of, oh, we're going a live service direction with this game. We're going a live service direction with this. So, I mean, I wouldn't blame you for thinking that. I wouldn't blame you for thinking it. Dude, when Destin from IGN said Resident Evil 4 remake shouldn't win Game of the Year because a remake on Game Awards pre-show, my jaw dropped. He got balls. You know what? And the funny thing is, I 100% agreed. I mean, it's hard. I almost feel like remakes need to have their own category. If you're going to be like awarding things to them and, you're unlikely to have more than like one remake in a year. Then again, with how uncreative some of these studios have gotten over the last few years. It's a really good chance that we're going to see more of it going on into the future. But I don't like the idea of remakes really winning things, except for that's such a really complicated conversation though, because like Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't a remake. You know what I mean? It's not a remake. The only thing that's the same is part of the story and, you know, and I guess the very basic character models. So, I mean, could you really call that a remake? And games like that still deserve some sort of recognition and award, especially for the amount of work that goes into it. Reimagining. I think reimagine is probably a really good terminology for that. Plus, on top of that, the thing is too is that like you want to talk about a gold standard for. And this is probably going to be a hot take. You guys, I don't know. You guys might not like me after I say this. Resident Evil 4 remake was really good. Dead Space remake was really good. Right? Super good. Enjoyed both of them. I've already played those games before. And while like there was some changes and some really cool changes that definitely updated it a little bit, I think Resident Evil 4 remake obviously far more than Dead Space 2. I've already played those games. So like it just didn't hit the same. You know what's happening. Good video today, mate. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. What's up, Hume? I've already played Resident Evil 4. I've already played Dead Space 2. So like those are games that I've already played. So like it's kind of like not really, it just doesn't hit the same. I think that's just a better way to say it. However, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake, like that's a completely different story. I almost feel like most of these companies, if they are going to reiterate on designs or ideas that they used in the past, probably the best thing that they should do is actually try to reimagine the idea. Make sure that it's actually positioned for like modern audiences. And I know that like that's kind of like a meme, somewhat of a meme statement, you know, or a meme term. Modern audiences. What are modern audiences? Especially when you have like a lot of people that are saying it's more like, you know, weird ideologies and stuff like that. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. I'm saying it's something that's just positioned to be able to appeal to younger generations and bring them in. You know what I mean? I think Final Fantasy VII is a Final Fantasy VII persona. Yeah. I think that's probably a really good thing. Especially because the thing is that like, so I don't know how you guys feel about this. I would imagine most people here have probably played at least one Final Fantasy VII game. Or Final Fantasy game, sorry. Final Fantasy game in general. One of the things that I noticed with that they want to do, and I totally understand why they do, because they're trying to, they made Final Fantasy 16 the way that it is because they specifically were trying to generate interest in younger audiences, people that haven't played Final Fantasy games before. They were trying to reach non-Final Fantasy audiences by making Final Fantasy 16 kind of like Devil May Cry meets Final Fantasy meets a few other games, right? Which, I mean, I loved Final Fantasy 16. However, the thing is that I don't see Final Fantasy 16 building the kind of brand loyalty, like the love for Final Fantasy or everything Final Fantasy, the way that games like Final Fantasy 7, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12 for many people as well. I don't see it building as much love for the Final Fantasy brand as much as those games did. And I think something that they should want to do is probably keep in line. I would say other franchises to do something similar, which is, you know, after enough time has passed, going back and revisiting those stories and reimagining those stories for a younger audience, like they have been with Final Fantasy Rory. Holy shit. Shields up, Iron Breakers. How you doing, brother? 14 is the best. 14's still the best Final Fantasy story ever told. I mean, at least the current iteration so far, it's my favorite of all time. But I think it's probably a good idea for them to start taking some of those older stories. Oh, brother. I've been watching YouTube for a long time. Long time. I remember you and the boys playing playing Heroes of the Storm. I think that's when I first started watching you. So if you want to take a seat back in the time machine, there you go. So I think going back and reimagining some of those stories would be really good, because those are the best stories that kind of built the foundation of love and admiration that Final Fantasy players have for Final Fantasy. So doing what they're doing with Squadron J's. That's right, buddy. That's right. I remember it. Back with you and Pally, and man, you guys had a whole crew, but yeah. Going back and reimagining those stories, building on that foundation that was built on years ago by telling stories that connected with so many players that I guarantee those stories will still connect with younger generations today, is probably the best thing that they can do. 100%. 100%. And I think in a lot of ways, Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth are doing that. And personally, I realize the Final Fantasy community is relatively divided on a lot of different topics, but I think that the Final Fantasy VII formula, both combat, world building, all of that, is actually what they should probably be using as an archetype moving forward. I loved Final Fantasy 16, but I think it dived too far into way too far into like action combat. I think they took a little bit too far on that one. It turned out a little bit too Devil May Cry. Again, loved the game, but it turned out a little bit too much like Devil May Cry. You should go on his podcast. I'd love to go on Rurikon's podcast. Rurikon, if you haven't had the chance to follow me on Twitter, or add my join my Discord. I'd love to chat sometime, man. I would absolutely love to chat. Final Fantasy just needs to steal Kingdom Hearts combat. I don't know, man. Kingdom Hearts combat does appeal to some, but I don't think it appeals to everybody. I mean, it does appeal to a very large crowd. Don't get me wrong on that. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I think for a lot of players, especially me as well, like Final Fantasy 16 not really having like strong RPG mechanics is something that, I don't know. It's just an expectation that I have. Go-Go 13, Rainbow Six, Metal Gear Solid are a few game titles that could use a fresh take for current gaming crowds. We love those stories. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would 100% agree with that. Especially Metal Gear Solid. But what an interesting route for them to go with Metal Gear Solid. So instead of rebooting it entirely, they just go straight to making a Snake Eater, right? Which, don't get me wrong, Snake Eater's literally one of my favorite games of all time. It's my favorite Metal Gear Solid game by a long mile. But I mean, how are modern tastes or current gaming crowds gonna get into that if they haven't played any of the other Metal Gear Solids before? There's a whole lot of stuff to learn before playing that game. Because that game gives so much context to like everything in Metal Gear. Final Fantasy VII Remake was the first time that I jumped into the Final Fantasy VII franchise. That's crazy, Rurikon. I didn't know that. I mean, I've been playing... Oh, man. I can take you guys back in a time machine. I played Final Fantasy VII because... So... Back in the 1990s. Yeah, this is back in the 90s or early 2000s, maybe. There were a couple of tornadoes that ripped through Florida, Orlando, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, that whole area in Florida. And my grandparents were there. So I was there, and we were supposed to go on vacation. I'm visiting my grandparents, go to Disney and all that stuff. I was just a kid at the time. I was just a nugget. And we couldn't do anything. We couldn't go anywhere. Everything was wrecked. Most of the biggest businesses were all shut down. Disney and Universal Studios were shut down. And the only thing that we could do was just basically hang out at my grandparents' house for like 2 weeks, right? Helping them kind of get their stuff together. And we weren't even at their house because their entire park that they were living at was completely trashed. The whole place was leveled by these tornadoes. And so all I could really do is just hang out at the place that my grandparents were staying at the time. And we went to like a flea market where they were selling all this stuff. And my mom was just like, well, you know, you don't really have a lot to do. Can't go to the pool, can't go to the parks, can't do anything. So she bought me a PlayStation, a memory card, and a copy of Final Fantasy VII from a flea market. And I went to town. Oh my God. I went to town. That was the best spring break ever. That was the best. I mean, all the spring breaks that we went on, like actual trips and stuff. Oh yeah, I mean, that was cool too. Riding rides, going to parks, things like that. Yeah, that stuff was awesome. Man, that one spring break where all I got to do was just play Final Fantasy VII. I was living the dream. I was living the dream. There's also like nobody else, like no like other kids like my age around, because it's like a retirement area that they were at. So like literally there was nothing for me to do other than play that game. Got to eat grandma's cooking and just play Final Fantasy VII. So great. I then jumped into Crisis Core Reunion and absolutely loved it. I still have not played Crisis Core yet. I need to do that. It's on my list. It was on sale and I missed the sale, so I need to swoop that. I might play it after Rebirth, maybe. I just want another FF Tactics game. Yeah, I do. I've had a real itch lately to go back and play Disgaea, because I like tactic style games. They're a lot of fun. That's another game that I'm surprised they haven't remade yet. Like, bro, how are these companies just like throwing away money? That's why when I see like Square Enix come out with some like weird game that ends up bombing, I'm just like, bro, do you just want me to come over to your offices and tell you guys exactly what players want? You know what I mean? You never played XIV? What are you talking? Yeah, I play Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah. I'm current. I have almost every job level to 80. And then I have like 4 of my jobs at 90. Big fan of Final Fantasy XIV. Absolutely massive fan of Final Fantasy XIV. If I had the money to, I'd probably have like one of those posters of I'd probably have one of those posters of, you know, a few characters behind me. Get a little bit of Mommy Y'shtola back there, you know what I mean? Okay, you play it more than me, never mind. Yeah. Do not underestimate my my ability to be an absolute degenerate when it comes to RPGs. Speaking of Square Enix doing weird shit, have you seen Foam Stars? Have you tried Foam Stars yet? Do people like that game? I don't really understand. I saw it, and it's not really a game that I would normally like or play, so I just don't know what that means. What? You don't want to play Splatoon? I mean, Foam Stars? I don't know. Why was that one of the well, no, it's just like that for Spoken. I mean, I think for Spoken probably could have been good. It just had bad writers. Right? I think that's really what it kind of came down to. I think that you know, when I looked at the gameplay for Forspoken, the gameplay looked relatively decent. It was just the storytelling and the characters were so fucking obnoxious. Way back before internet guides, we still had to figure things out, buy a magazine or a walkthrough. Yeah, that was really good times, man. That was really good times. And here, the funny thing is that like, you wouldn't even be able to find guides for video games back then, because like you'd really have to search for it. And like I'm from a small town, so we didn't really get a lot of that stuff to begin with. So, you know, even when we'd go to like Walmart and I'd go to the magazine section, remember when Walmart's had magazine sections? And my mom would be like grocery shopping, I still wouldn't be able to find any good magazines that actually had guides for anything that I could actually use. I feel that way about Deus Ex. How does a studio shelve a product we all want? I don't know, man. I don't know. The gaming industry overall has just been in absolutely Hilda Y'shtola. Bro, that is a hot take. That is a hot take. That is a really hot take. So Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, like, the gaming industry overall has just been in fucking shambles. I don't know what's going on with it, man. I mean, like, with the amount of layoffs and stuff like that, and some people are, I just don't really remember. I don't really remember, like, like, pandemic of people, like, just getting hired like crazy, or even during it. I don't remember a lot of people getting hired like crazy. So, like, even when a lot of these companies come out and they're like, oh, you know, it was from the boom at that time where everybody was, you know, investing in tech, I don't really think I fully believe that. Many of the people that they were laying off are people that have been with these companies for years to begin with. So just, I don't know, man. I don't know. Mommy Heidelin. Actually, real talk. Yeah, Mommy Heidelin. Grandia, please. The developer for Grandia, like, I don't even think they really even make games anymore. Like, I mean, they do. So that was Game Arts. Is Game Arts even a company anymore? Founded 38 years ago. I guess so. But they've just been, the only thing that they've really been doing is just re-releasing Grandia, but that was in 2019. That was the last thing that they did. And now it's owned by Sickhead Games. The IP is owned by Sickhead Games. They did Darkest Dungeon, I think. Games. Yeah, it's just like it's like an indie dev that owns the IP now. Yeah, they did Darkest Dungeon. I'm trying to look to see if there's anything else of theirs that I recognize. Stardew Valley. What? Well, it's very unlikely that we'll see Grandia ever again. It's very unlikely we'll ever see that again. I think we had a ton of amazing games. The problem is executives are scumbags and will destroy the industry at this rate. Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine the other night about this, especially with the stuff that's going on with Xbox right now, because it's leaving a lot of people really confused as to like what's going on, and a lot of people are nervous, especially in the console space, because you know they're afraid that consoles are going to go away, and I think that a lot of these companies are always expecting like permanent growth. And I wonder, is it like one of those things where, like, I don't know, like, I don't really know the financials of companies that much, but I do know that year over year, their expenses increase regardless, right? Because salaries increase. Inflation, etc., right? All those kind of different stuff, all that different stuff. And I think that, but I don't know, man. I'm trying to really grasp what happened. I don't know. I'm not into the financials as much as I wish I could understand them, to be honest. But it's one of those things where I think that they're always expecting constant growth, and it's not there. And when it's not there, they get desperate. And like, I can't imagine, as an example, actually, do you know what? Never mind. I can't imagine Xbox being, you know, in the red this year, or over the last few years. Their console sales have been down. Their first party IPs have been, I don't know, mid at best. They spend a ton of money on third party rights for Game Pass. They've purchased a whole slew of studios, as well as, you know, just completing the purchase with Activision Blizzard. So they've spent a lot of money. They're probably itching to recoup that ABK money for sure, for sure. But like, you're not going to turn around and recoup it within months of making the sale. You know what I mean? And I also would guarantee that they probably got a hold of ABK and then finally got into the financials and finally got dug into exactly what was going on at that company and realized that they are not nearly as healthy as they probably thought they were. And I think that shows in the fact that they laid off so many people. Because like I was talking about this before, but because I'm looking at, you know, a game like Diablo 4, and it's like they have like 3 or 4 teams working on Diablo 4. They have a pretty sizable development team that's working on Diablo 4 constantly, whether that is on the quality side, whether that's on the seasonal update side, the expansion side, and then all the interconnecting business units that are required for the game to keep running and its services to stay up. There's a lot of resources that go into that game. However, month over month, I guarantee you it is not making the live service money that they thought it would. There's no way that it is. There's just no way. The skins are way too boring. There's not enough people that are interacting with the seasonal mechanic, the seasons in general. Simple as that. Like, even though they say that it's a game that they're trying to appeal to casual audiences with, it just doesn't appeal to casual. I don't think it appeals to casual audiences personally. Oh yeah, I bought a second PC. I'm half giving up on physical media. I don't think consoles are going to be here for much longer. No, and the thing is that Xbox, I'll say this. Xbox knows what the future of gaming is. They realize that once the internet infrastructure is better than it is, then there's a really good chance that we're going to end up seeing, you know, many of these games just go to streaming services instead. They personally think that they're just going to basically be, and they want to be, the, you know, video game version of Netflix and Hulu. That's the vision that they see for the future. And in many ways, I think that they're right because, you know, I was talking to a friend of mine. He's like, well, casual gamers like playing on console. And I'm like, well, casual gamers will probably also like not having to have a console in their living room. I can't be the only person that doesn't like to have a shitload of hardware because it takes up a lot of space. More and more people become more minimalistic as the years go on. And I would guarantee that even if I just asked this chat and ran a poll and I said, you know, hey, how many of you guys mount your TV on the wall and you like to keep the area in front of your TV relatively clean? Most people are going to be like, yeah, I don't really like to have a whole lot of stuff there. You know what I mean? Now, with that said, man, would it simplify things if you can just stream stuff straight to your TV? This is the main reason why a lot of people, most people that don't even own video game consoles, guess what? They don't own anything that's usually sitting in front of their TV unless they got one of those cable boxes or something. But many people are just streaming Netflix and stuff like that straight to their TV. That's what my dad does. A bunch of other people do. You know what I mean? And they've already shown off, you know, not the last Game Awards, the Game Awards before that. Remember, they were showing commercials with Ninja, and he was playing Fortnite on a TV using Xbox Game Pass. On a TV. With no Xbox. So that's what they want. It's the future that they're looking forward to because, you know, the consoles, for now, give them a gateway. Something to be able to funnel us into buying specific products from them because they make it where it's not available anywhere else, right? That's what they do. For now, until they just have all that stuff on a streaming service, and then they don't have to worry about trying to funnel us into hardware, and then they get to save a shitload of money by not having to run manufacturing at all. And manufacturing is incredibly... Tell me what you think is more affordable. You have a service center, a server center that has equipment that's running these games for, you know, as a streaming service that requires far less manpower, or do you think you would make more money having a manufacturing unit where you have to pay workers to make things, to put all this stuff together, all the R&D that you have to put forth for those people to be making those consoles and making the technology that powers those consoles, then buying all of the resources to put those consoles together, all of the, you know, the different types of metal, the CPUs, GPUs, all that kind of stuff. The amount of money that's saved by these companies going full digital is obscene. And it also reduces manpower, and it's going to kill a lot of jobs when that industry goes away, by the way. It's going to kill a lot of jobs. I'll never consume my games like Netflix. Personally, I'm also against it too, brother. I brought it up a few different times. I've made videos about it in the past. I've warned people specifically that supporting these kind of services, while they are really nice because they do give people a really good, like, lower bar to entry to be able to play games, you know what I mean? Because, like, I don't need to buy this game. You know, if I want to just try a bunch of these games, then I just, you know, buy the streaming service and then run with that. It saves a lot of money for now. And, like, I was talking to a friend of mine last night, big Xbox guy, and, you know, he's talking to me about it, and he's like, I don't want to see Game Pass go away. I like Game Pass. And I'm like, yeah, you like it for now. You like it until they put ads in it. You like it until they start charging you for HD versus standard definition versus 4K. You like it until, you know, they put commercials in between your cutscenes. You like it until, you know, they get more aggressive with how long it takes certain content to come out. Even better, they start making your games episodic. So then that way it forces you to keep coming back to the service more often, keeping you on the page and keeping you interacting with the rest of their services, right? That's the reason why, you know, Netflix with certain shows goes and says, well, you know, technically they could just drop the entire show at once, right? They have all the episodes ready, but they stagger it and they go, okay, you're going to get 4 episodes this week, and then you're going to get 4 episodes like 2 weeks from now, stuff like that. They do that shit on purpose. You know what I mean? Like, you like it for now until you won't like it later. Personally, I'm of the mind of just keeping it fucking simple and just buying my game, because what that forces me to do instead is do the research on whether or not I want to purchase something. I start watching YouTube videos. I start looking at reviews. I start doing the things that, you know, help me to make a more informed purchase before I make a purchase. The problem is that I think when it comes to a lot of these streaming services, while they are a lower barrier to entry, what it is it's us going for convenience after convenience after convenience before we don't have to think for ourselves anymore. That's really what it kind of comes down to. What's up, Brobocop? Owen Knight with the super chat, €5, saying, I suppose the question is, would you rather pay for one good quality game you can play all year, or go for the buffet option? And then, I mean, like, that starts a whole completely different conversation, right? Then we're talking about, like, economic situations between people. And, you know, I had somebody bring this up in one of my streams a few days ago. Because they saw me playing something, right? They saw me playing a game. They saw me playing Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, and they were like, you know, I thought that you are against exclusives. And I said, yeah, of course I'm against exclusives. And he's like, well, you said in your video, you know, that you're anti-exclusive. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, but you're playing an exclusive, so you don't hold up to your own standards. You don't hold up to your own morals or whatever. And I'm like, that has nothing to do with anything. Just because I say that I don't like exclusivity on games doesn't mean that I'm not going to go and not play exclusive games. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? So the same thing goes to the people that are in like different economic situations. If people can't afford to play, you know, can only afford to pay one game, right? You can only buy one game a year, then obviously I would probably go the route of being able to play as many games as I could if that's what you needed to do. Now, here's the problem, is that one of the reasons why Xbox is in the position it's in today is specifically because of the fact that they're not charging enough for Game Pass. They don't have enough subscribers, and they're not charging enough. Simple as that. What's up, Ultima? But doing that research is a cost too? What do you mean? So, you know, the reason why I say it like that is that, like, just try to think about it in the context of how much money Microsoft or Xbox is spending. You know what I mean? We're talking about their manpower, their acquisitions. We're talking about all the money that's invested into these first-party titles. How much money do you guys think that? Thanks for stopping by, Rurkon. Appreciate it, man. Hit me up. We'll have a chat. You know, think about it in the context of, you know, how much is Game Pass? Let's look at it. Game Pass Ultimate right now, at least what this is telling me, is $16.99 a year. Or $16.99 a month. Okay? $16.99 a month. And I think they have like 25 million Game Pass subscribers or something like that, if I'm not wrong. So if it's $16.99 a month, $16.99, oh my god, if I could use numbers, that'd be great. So whatever, we're rounding it up. $17 a month. $17 a month, and they have 25 billion subscribers. So they're making $5 billion a year, roughly. Obviously, we're not counting taxes, things like that they're going to have to pay. This also isn't including, you know, how much money they're also making off of actual game sales as well. And the problem is too with Xbox, which makes like trying to calculate this kind of stuff really difficult, is that there's no Xbox specific balance sheet. Everything is carried under Microsoft. So many of their expenses and, you know, many of their issues are going to be, you know, kind of hidden, right? Because it's under Microsoft's balance sheet. So I personally, as a business student, I would just go to their balance sheet and I can look at their balance sheet and go, look, you can see exactly where their depreciating assets are, how much they're spending on R&D, all that kind of stuff, right? So even at $5 billion a year, you know, we already know that, say, for just as an example, like, you know, how much do we think that they spent on Starfield? If they were developing Starfield for 10 years like they said they were, and we know that Horizon Zero Dawn was almost $300 million, right? Horizon Zero Dawn's $300 million. There's a really good chance that a game like Starfield is probably half a billion itself. 200 million for Starfield? I guess I'd probably look for that, right? This seems like conflicting, though. This is just like Essentially Sports. Who the fuck is Essentially Sports? Where did this Redditor get this from? Starfield budget at 400 million and 500 devs. Worked on the game for 7 years. Mustered up $200 million for a formulated headcount of about 500 developers to work on the game for the IP for 7 years. It has been expected the amount is only covering it is expected that the amount is covering development costs while leaving out other metrics such as marketing. To put things into perspective, Red Dead Redemption 2, easily one of Rockstar's best works up until now, was developed with a budget of a range of $170 million. And we all know to scale at which Red Dead Redemption 2 operates, the level of immersion exhibited by the Western-style shooter, yada yada yada. It's unclear how much Starfield will cost in total with all parameters combined. But speculation figure that it's around 300 to 400 million. So that's right. That's just about exactly where I was talking about, right? It's exactly what I was talking about. 10 euro from Gete. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Big love, brother. Big love. So, I mean, that's right in line basically with what I was saying, right? So if you're spending, you know, anywhere from four to 500, you know, 4 to 500 billion on your games, and then plus on top of that, that's not the only game that you're paying into, right? There's a bunch of different games that they're paying into. It's not just the development of that game. There's also all of the investments that they made. It's all the investments that they made in like third-party exclusivity for Game Pass as well. Think about that. Think about all the games that they have on their list. Remember those documents that got leaked and they showed, you know, 20, 30, 40 games that they had planned for exclusivity for Game Pass. You know, initially, like, games they looked at, like, they tried asking, by the way, keep this in mind, they tried asking Larian Studios to put Baldur's Gate 3 on Game Pass, and Larian said no. Obviously, this was after the fact that Baldur's Gate 3 was already popular, right? So then they were like, you know, they didn't want it initially, but yeah. And the other thing is too, is that, you know, I've heard people try to debate me on this topic about, like, how much cost, you know, how much cost Xbox is incurring, and they're like, oh yeah, well, what about Pal World? And it's like, okay, well, Pal World, you know, maybe it, you know, if they have 25 million subscribers, they have 7 million players on Xbox playing Pal World. Are we trying to believe that? Are you trying to tell me that I'm supposed to believe that of the 25 million subscribers, you know, basically, you know, now they're at 32 or 30, oh my god, 35, 30, yeah, I'm right, 32 million subscribers, that, you know, 7 million more players just joined? That's not exactly what it is. Not accounting for microtransactions. That's true too. That's true too. That's true. So, and obviously you're gonna have a little bit of benefit from microtransactions depending on the game. Whether that game, by the way, keep this in mind, whether that game is actually a first-party title or not. How well do you think microtransaction-wise a game like Halo Infinite is doing? Probably not well. Probably not well. What other games is Forza? Like, I realize people want to bring up microtransactions, but I'm like sitting here going like, well, what games do they have that are first party that Microsoft themselves would be making money off the microtransactions? Like, they would make a percentage probably off of games that have microtransactions in their games, but not anything insane. Pal would cost $35, so they're taking a $15 hit. We don't exactly know how the math works out for, because I think what they do, if I'm not mistaken, I think that I think Xbox pays like a flat rate and then like a bonus rate depending on how many players that game brings in, if that makes any sense. At least that's what I would probably do, kind of like standard contracts. Pal World did very smart make the Xbox version non-multiplayer. I'm pretty sure you can play multiplayer on Xbox, if I'm not mistaken. Seems tough for Microsoft to connect revenue to specific titles when Game Pass is their primary model. That's unfortunate. It's better for the studios to have a clear signal of what customers like. Yeah, and you know, one of the other things that I've seen a lot of people bring up as well is that when you're looking at some of the companies that they've gone out and acquired, well, I mean, they're acquiring them on their titles and popularity based on what they were selling as a multi-platform company. You take away the multi-platform element of that, and then all of a sudden the sales aren't going to be nearly as strong as it was when it was multi-platform. Really good example of this is a company like Bethesda. You know what I mean? While I realize that most people are disappointed with Starfield, you know, you think about it at the end of the day, and it's like, I mean, it still would have sold really well. You know what I mean? If they went multi-plat from the get-go, it still would have sold really well. Microsoft has never been good to its developers. Oh man, I don't know. I think that I think there's cases for both, to be honest. There's cases where they definitely screwed up, and there's cases where they've treated their people really well. I haven't really heard a whole lot of developers come out speaking like harshly about Xbox specifically and saying like, oh man, Xbox treated me really badly. But I definitely can say that Xbox does have a track record of mishandling studios and mishandling titles, right? Like I brought it up in the past before that, you know, look at what they did with Fable. Lionhead Studio put out an absolute banger in the first Fable. Put out another great game in the next Fable, right? And then, thank you for the follow over on Twitch, BLAP Games. Fable 3 was still pretty good. And then all of a sudden, they made the harebrained decision to say, oh, well, we want to make Lionhead Studio start working on fucking Kinect games. And because they were only working on Kinect games, and the Kinect sucked, and the Kinect failed, Lionhead Studios failed, Microsoft equated that to bad studio rather than them making bad decisions by pushing, you know, something that people just don't want to play. Nobody liked the Kinect. Nobody wanted the Kinect. And then what ended up happening is that they shut the studio down. Right? Look at 343. How many Halos now have... How many Halos has 343 made that have not hit the mark? They have quite literally made it where, you know, the Halo brand, it doesn't even mean the same thing as it used to anymore. And the funny thing is that there's like so many people that are loyal to Xbox and they came from Halo, right? They're still living in the old days of playing Halo with their buddies. They're still living in the old days of hanging out in the basement on, you know, your rich, like, you know, maybe you got one of those rich friends where like their dad had a projector in the basement that you guys played video games on. And they're still living in those days of playing Halo, drinking Mountain Dew and hanging out. But those days are gone, man. That Xbox is gone. To be fair, Peter Molyneux has been making weird choices. Yeah. And that's the thing too, like I brought that up in one of my last videos when I was talking about Xbox and I was talking about their, like, you know, you think about like what Xbox used to be, and Xbox was all about shooter games. All about shooter games, but all of their shooters failed to adapt and evolve with like current trends, like current gaming trends. And you can't do that with shooter games. I think that shooters are probably the most volatile. I think that's pretty accurate. I think that shooters are the most volatile space of games to dwell in, because you change something too much, you lose everybody. You change things too little, they all complain. And they all, and shooter players jump ship from your games, especially your live service games, very quickly. And like fads in shooters change super quickly. You know what I mean? Like, I brought this up, I think, last stream where I was talking about, I'm like, nobody plays, like, arena shooters anymore. They don't care about arena shooters. They all play battle royales. And it's going to switch. That trend's just going to continue to switch and switch and switch. But if you can't adapt to that, make sure that your current franchises adapt to those kind of things, then, I mean, you're shit out of luck, dog. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, they did well with backwards compatibility. Yeah. I don't know, man. With Xbox, one of the things that I think was like really kind of ticked me off is that like it took a while for them to actually get a lot of that stuff. Then you had to like wait for each game to become available on backwards compatibility, which is really weird. So you had to like check a list to see like what games are being updated for backwards compatibility. Then again, I was also pretty happy once I was able to play Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, and a couple other things. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second, and then we're going to start some news stuff. Okay. Newsy news. Chair stream. Everybody loves a chair stream. So I'm gonna show you guys something real quick, okay? I'm gonna show you guys something, okay? Oh, it got filtered already. Never mind. I guess YouTube just straight up filtered that shit. That's funny as shit. Okay. Maybe I can find it in here. I guess I can't. I'm trying to find this, I don't know, like, I can't find it on here for some reason, but basically, like, I saw this, like, on one of my last videos, I think on today's video, just popped over from YouTube, Twitch chat, guys are loose. Oh my God. Don't be like that. Don't bully Twitch chat. Don't bully Twitch chat. I'll go stream only on Twitch. How about that? What do you think about that, YouTube? What do you think about that, YouTube? I'll bully you guys on the side of Twitch chat. How about that? This is a family, okay? This is a family. So I was gonna try to show it, but like I can't show it. But somebody wrote, I'm not even kidding you. Stream on Twitch and post VODs on YouTube. I like people being able to watch wherever they want to watch, man. I'm not really worried about it, to be honest. Personally, not really worried about it. You guys aren't really going to be able to see this, but I'm going to show you guys, all right? So try to see this the best that you can, okay? That's one comment. That's one comment. Somebody literally wrote a fucking essay about Pokemon in my fucking comment section. Like, who does that? Who does that? It's always funny. It's always funny when I see people that are like, you know, like I'll get weird ass comments, right? Some people, grown ass man talking about video games. You know what, man? There's always somebody worse than me. Because there's also that guy that's in my comment section that writes a damn college dissertation in my comments. Good God. I couldn't pull it up on my, I was trying to pull it up on my computer because I wanted to run a word count on it, but I'm guaranteed that's maybe like around 4,000 words or so. That's crazy. This will change their mind, writes a book. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know what? I don't know. I was told before that, you know, when you have comments like that, you're usually talking about the right thing. Angry girlfriend didn't start like, you know what's funny? Actually, how does it start? It's just funny though. Like, I'll tell you this. I will never, by the way, I don't read comments like that. When people write comments, like, do you really think I'm gonna fucking read that? Like, let's be realistic about this. I read like the first 5 or 6 comments. Hey man, love the video. Hey man, really cool. You know, yada yada, a couple, you know, positive things. I like, and then after that, I try to stop paying attention to it because it's just, it gets balanced. Like, the internet's a crazy place, man. Like, the amount of negative feedback that you get as somebody that makes content in any way. Good Lord. I think a lot of people always say they want to like make YouTube videos and stream and stuff like that, but you don't really realize like you're not used to how much negative attention you get. You get far more negative feedback than you ever would doing anything else in your entire life. So there is definitely a balance in the good and the bad. Oh. Well, I like how they actually take part of what so the first thing they said is something that I said out of context. They said, Pokemon is not the biggest franchise of all time. And then they just go into their essay. So they were mad about what I said about Pokemon first. And then they went into a bunch of other bullshit as well. But however, what is the biggest media franchise in the world? Pokemon. Pokemon is the highest grossing media franchise of all time with more revenue than Star Wars and the and MCU combined. So I didn't say the biggest franchise of all time. I said the biggest media franchise of all time. So they took one thing that I said, removed one of the words from it, it short-circuited their brain, and then they go, it's so immediately wrong in the first sentence. In the first sentence. In the first sentence, they're wrong. Does it beat GTA? Yes. It's the biggest media franchise of all time. Anime, movie, exactly. Anime, movies, trading card game, plushies, games, merch, collaborations, the list goes on and on. It's the biggest and most profitable media franchise in all of history, bigger than and we're not even talking about video games. We're saying media franchise. So that's nothing even sniffs the boot of this thing. It's huge. It's so huge. It's so huge. Yeah, it's bigger than any property that Disney owns. It's absolutely fucking massive. It is a monster. Please respond back. Yeah, exactly. Nothing sells more toys than Pokemon. Yes, that's the other thing too. Like, yeah, nothing sells more toys or anything like that than Pokemon. Like, guys, think about this for a second. Since the birth of Pokemon, since the birth of the Pokemon games, there hasn't been a single generation of kids that has grown up not playing them. They are all just as connected to the franchise as millennials were when they grew up with it. Just as connected. I don't really think that there's anything else that does that because, like, like we're not even from generation to generation, we're not even connected to the same cartoon characters, to the same, you know, movie characters even. I mean, like, not at least in the same way. Not in the same way. Moe, Eevee, yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, people forget it is one. Yeah, so they're like, yeah, but it's not the biggest anime franchise of all time. It's like, shut up. You're stupid. You're so dumb. I can't tell you how many times. I think that's probably the most aggravating thing in the world. When I see people quote, oh, God. Oh. When I see people quote me in the comment section and they fucking quote me wrong. Oh my God, it drives me crazy. You said this. And it's like, no, I didn't say that. You removed 3 words and then put quotations around it. And I'm like, you're losing points on this essay. You're losing points on this essay. When you use quotations, that doesn't mean you pretty much said this. No, it means this is exactly what you said when you use quotations. How do people not understand what that means? People don't know what quotations are for. It's so fucking obnoxious. Break out the red pen. I know, for real. Comprehension is underrated. Yeah, I know it's not meta right now, that's for sure. Or quoting something that has totally different meaning within context. Yeah, you can see plenty of that as well. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's just fucking crazy. That's just fucking crazy to me. Yes, if you broaden it to, that's yeah. It's the biggest media franchise of all time. Period. There's just period. Okay, let's look at some other stuff. Let's look at some other stuff before we start reading. I love when people quote me and it's wrong. Yes, actually. Yeah, actually, good. Thanks. Good Lord. So I saw this today. Disney purchased a $1.5 billion stake in Epic Games and has teamed up with the company to develop a new, expansive, open, persistent, and social universe that it will incorporate with Fortnite. You guys know what this means, right? I'm pretty sure they already had like Marvel characters and stuff in Fortnite to begin with, right? I'm pretty sure they already had Marvel characters in Fortnite, so I don't think that's it's a metaverse kind of thing where they're just trying to connect more of these games together. It sells stuff, it makes a bunch of money when people can go ahead and they can buy more, you know, I don't know, Scrooge McDuck in Fortnite for sure. That's definitely gonna happen. You already know that one's coming. So, there's a couple things that are gonna come as a result of this. Mark my words. Mark my words. So, the 2 things that are going to come as a result of this, 100% you're going to see a Fortnite movie. 100% you're going to see either Fortnite movies or TV shows coming from Disney. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. So you're going to see that. Does Fortnite have merch like action figures and stuff? Because I guarantee you'll probably see some of that as well. So like they'll probably get into like the merchandising part, because this is going to be like a full partnership, right? So yeah. So you're going to see like the Fortnite animated universe. You're going to see probably Fortnite merchandise using Disney. And you can buy Fortnite toys already. Okay, so they're probably going to get their hands into that as well. And then obviously you're going to see a ton of crossovers where they're just going to start slow drip feeding Disney iconic characters into Fortnite, and they're going to sell like hotcakes. Because at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure Fortnite still pulls in, like, if I'm not mistaken, I think Fortnite still pulls in. I had an article actually. Shares up to 13%. One of the biggest shares. So the shares are up. I'll read the article real quick. It's relatively short. February, Reuters in 2017, Epic Games was among a handful of companies to participate in Walt Disney's Accelerated Incubator Program, where the game company's founder held ambitions to incorporate the entertainment giant's well-known characters into its digital playground. Now, Disney is making a much bigger bet that'll make that possible. Disney's CEO Bob Iger on Wednesday announced $1.5 million or billion-dollar investment aimed at letting consumers interact with stories and characters from Disney, Marvel, Pixar, and Star Wars on Epic's Fortnite, where 100 million players gather each month. Isn't that crazy? Fortnite pulls in 100 million players a month. Which the funny thing is that I don't even need them to even show me anything to prove it. I just know it's true. Like, I just know it's true. It was acknowledged. It was an acknowledgement of the leisure time Generation Alpha, Z, and Millennials devote to gaming. In terms of total media screen time on video games, it was stunning to me. So this is a quote. I think this is a quote from. Yeah, it is. In terms of total media screen time on video games, it was stunning to me. Equal to what they spend on TV and movies, Iger said during a call with an analyst and investors after reporting quarterly results. And the conclusion I reached was that we have to be there. And we need to be there as soon as we possibly can in a very compelling way. Of course you do, because you see green money signs, right? That's kind of the point. Shares of stock surged Thursday after the earnings report, gaining 13% over what would be the best day in 3 years for Disney. Gaming has become a critical part of the entertainment world, particularly with the younger demo, and this positions Disney to play some catch up in an important area, said Douglas Arthur and Huber Research Partners. Epic CEO Tim Sweeney had long envisioned Disney's characters populating Fortnite's digital playground, according to the former executive, or the two former executives. So yeah, I mean, this is relatively. I'm gonna be honest. This is pretty damn predictable, and I'm surprised that they haven't done it yet. You know what I mean? I'm surprised they haven't done it yet. I thought that they had already added some of their characters into the game to begin with, but I guess not. And when it kind of comes to stuff like this, you know, I'm also now having the realization too, like how, Joe, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate that. I'm also realizing too that after I look at this kind of report, Disney's not very impactful in the gaming market. Right? Like, now that I think about it, for the most part, most other media branches, music, movies, and television really aren't that, like, they don't do crossovers very well. You know what I mean? Kingdom Hearts, yeah, Kingdom Hearts, but I mean, kind of. Disney shut down their own in-house studio some time ago, I think. Yeah, they probably should have just sold it off, or they probably just should have had somebody that actually knew how to run it properly run it. Disney was huge in the gaming market in the PS. Yeah, they were massive in gaming back in PlayStation 1 and Game Boy. I remember how many different games had come out for like cartoon shows. I had like the Tom and Jerry game on Game Boy and something else as well. Warner Brothers, yeah, I think, but for the most part, the problem is that many of these execs are so close-minded that they only see potential in superheroes. So it's just like making Marvel games, making DC games. And now I guess Harry Potter as well, right? But outside of that, they don't really have a whole lot of foresight or imagination when it kind of comes to this stuff. Split Second was their best banger. They shut down their gaming studio in 2012. Oh, wow. Aladdin, Lion King. Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, fuck, the Lion King game. Aladdin was sick, though. Disney games were kind of hard. Disney was kind of like the Dark Souls back then. Now that I think about it. Disney was kind of FromSoft with their games. Their shit was hard, dude. Hercules on PS1 was so good. I don't think I played that one. That is impactful in gaming. They've been taking a lot of L's recently for their movies and shows. Well, that's because the fact that... Here, you guys want to know why they've been taking L's for all of their shows? They're apparently so disconnected that they just now realized Fortnite's a big game. What does that tell you? NES Disney games are great because Capcom made them. I didn't know that. Really? When your friend could finish Lion King, the term Chad was born? For sure. For sure. Lion King was tough, dude. Lion King was actually tough. Actually a tough game. I don't know, man. Like, it just... The only thing that I don't necessarily like... I mean, this is fine because this is like they're just buying stake in a company because they're trying to bet on the future of gaming and stuff like that, which is smart of them to do. I mean, if I were in the position of a Disney CEO, I'd for sure try to be investing in gaming, especially if you're not going to be doing it... especially if you're not going to be doing it in-house. I'd be investing elsewhere. Or I'd at least be like trying to sell off... I'd try to sell off rights for people to be able to make games using your franchises for sure. Most of the time you just see these like crossovers and whatnot, right? I mean, you see some like goofy, like the problem is that like many like the movie or kids like the kids games that they release alongside like, you know, like Frozen or something like that. You know what I mean? It's always by these like goofy studios. It's never by like an actual game studio that could produce something that would actually make kids enjoy it. Oh my God. So what's going on with Helldivers 2? I had so many people high on this game, and apparently it's not doing well. I'm seeing all kinds of stuff over Twitter. I hopped on Steam to check it out to see if Helldivers 2 had like halfway decent reviews. All the reviews are mixed. I'm seeing a bunch of people posting online saying, you know, well, oh, we're not seeing any reviews for Foam Stars or Helldivers 2, so that means that people didn't get review codes. I'm seeing somebody talking about how what was Square Enix thinking? Uh-oh. Pay to win season pass, apparently. Oof. Yeah, so I guess both Helldivers 2 and Foam Stars are not having a good day. Not having a good day. I saw there's a bunch of different issues that people are having even trying to play the game on PC. Many people saying that it wasn't even optimized at all for PC. Nothing new there. So, also, what has Square Enix not been thinking? You know what the funny thing is? You know, I saw a comment the other day on, I think it was on a trailer for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and somebody was talking about, they're like, when Square Enix cooks, they cook. And it's just like, how do they not recognize when they have Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy 16 and they're like, these are good games? And then also at the same time, they have a project like fucking Foam Stars or Forspoken or like some garbage, live service Final Fantasy Battle Royale, right? And they're like, yeah, these are good games too. I feel their divisions are from different countries. It feels like they are, but I don't think they are. Are they? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just like I had so many people that were so excited about Helldivers. They were like, "Oh, bro, it's gonna be sick. You excited? You excited?" I had like so many people popping into my chat asking me if I was gonna be covering it at all, if I was gonna be reviewing it or whatever. And I mean, I just have so many other games that I'm interested in that I don't know, man. I've just been kind of just chilling. You know what I mean? No, there's somebody else that's saying they're addressing some BS about it. They're like, Helldivers 2 is not pay to win. I see some of these reviews are either stupid or disingenuous. Okay, well then, yeah, but you can buy weapons or those weapon skins. I don't know anything about the game, so I can't really comment on any of this stuff. Some people are having an absolute blast playing it, it looks like, and then other people are really some people say PlayStation hit the jackpot with this game, but there's no actual reviews for the game, so I don't know what to say. That's like the problem when you don't have reviews, because then all of a sudden you're leaving customers to have to make decisions on their own without having any information to go off of. What does that sound like? What does that sound like? That sounds like a recipe for disaster myself. Yeah, the Forspoken dev was in Canada, I think. I'll have to look into that. I have to see where all their other stuff is. Who are the parent companies? I'm not really too sure. I don't know who developed. Well, I know Square Enix is Foam Stars. Somebody also posted a picture. That shows that that one cosmetic set is $44.99, and for that same price, you could get the entire Yakuza collection. Or you get the Kiryu Saga of the Yakuza series. Square Enix, man. When it comes to microtransactions, like, they don't fuck around. You know what the funny thing is? You know what's really telling though? Is that the one place that they don't do this stuff? I should actually like zoom in. The one place that they don't do this kind of stuff. Where don't they do it, chat? They don't really do it in Final Fantasy. They don't. As somebody that loves playing Final Fantasy 14, by the way, Final Fantasy 14's monetization, not bad. FF14's monetization isn't bad. It's like relatively standard for like, you know what, like you want to buy a character outfit or whatever. Well, I mean, it's like $14 or something like that, depending on what it is. Ever Crisis is entered into the chat. Oh god, yeah. Well, I mean, you get what I'm saying. I'm saying like mainline Final Fantasy games. They're not going to do it to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. They're not going to do it to Final Fantasy 16, right? They're not going to do anything like that. But when it comes to these multiplayer games, woo baby. When it comes to these multiplayer games, like $44 for this one, $44 for this one. And to be honest, you know, for a Japanese game, this isn't even enough skin to even really try to get people to be spending $44.99. You're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your mind. Because Final Fantasy is their golden goose. Yeah, well, yeah, true. Very, very, very true. Let's see here. What else? I had a bunch of other stuff that I wanted to talk about. I need to bring that stuff up. Oh, yeah. I want to talk about this too. I saw there's like a lot of people that are really upset about the whole merger situation with Crunchyroll. And I saw people calling like Crunchyroll specifically. I'm not defending Crunchyroll, by the way, but I've seen like a lot of like really weird kind of conversations around it, saying that Crunchyroll is basically a monopoly. Oh, well, it's a monopoly now. And I'm like, there's High Dive, there's Netflix, there's Hulu, there's Amazon Video, there's tons of other places that you can watch anime. You don't have to watch it on there. There are shows that they have that are exclusive to Crunchyroll for sure, but you know, that's timed exclusivity. If you need to watch it day one, then yeah, you're gonna have to pay for it. And they were saying that like and I saw somebody else try to say that that Crunchyroll doubled its price. I don't think it did. I looked at like, I didn't get any like notifications saying that they were going to increase prices or anything like that on this. But like, this has been coming forever. The Funimation deal happened like, what, 2-3 years ago? Yeah, I mean, you could always watch it for free too, right? There's ways to do that. The Japanese law takes care of this kind of thing extremely well. Yeah, so I don't really know. Anawave. Yeah, I know. We were talking exactly. That's what I was about to say. We were told about this like 3 or 4 years ago. Like I remember this happening because when it, like immediately after making the announcement, I canceled my Funimation account, and then I was just like, oh, cool. Now I don't have to pay I don't have to pay 2 subs. I can just watch everything on Crunchyroll. What a huge savings in money, which was really nice. And to be honest, anyway, I didn't even like Funimation's website. They're sucked. I forgot there was like something about it that like it didn't like save your. I think it said it didn't save like where you were in an episode or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember. There was something about it that pissed me off anytime I used it. Anime fans and gamers have memories like goldfish. They really do. They really do. I guarantee there's a ton of people that are like, they're merging? Oh my God, Sony's taking over the world. First Xbox and now Funimation. Netflix and Hulu do not have anything nearly the library of Funimation or Crunchyroll have or did. Crunchyroll buy out Funimation. Crunchyroll bought out Funimation. Sony bought Funimation 4 or 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago. Sony is dying. I don't think so. To be honest, I think Sony's one of those companies that has diversified itself so much that even if like one of its limbs does fall off, it doesn't really matter because they stretch out into so many different areas. It doesn't, it's not really going to affect them all that much. Think about it in the context of this. Not only do they have movie theaters, they're in movie theaters, they're in technology, right? They have TVs, they have sound equipment, they have not Walkmans, I guess, but you know what I'm saying? Like they have cell phones, they have video game devices, they make in-house video games, they make in-house movies, they also are in music. Like they're in like every single industry that's out there. Sony has its own private army. I wouldn't doubt it. I would too if I was that big of a company. I still plan on having my own private army at one point. I think that'd be kind of cool, right? I just go around starting conflicts. And but not like world conflicts, just like neighborhood ones. Stealing people's garbage cans and shit. I used to do that as a kid. I was such a bad kid. I was such a bad kid. There was this neighbor at over at my dad's house, and I don't really know why we did this, but he was like, I'm from the Midwest, and there's this one neighbor that we had that was like 4 or 5 houses down the street, and he would always walk around outside with a cowboy hat on. I didn't even know what this dude's name was. We just called him Cowboy Man, and we used to fuck with his house all the time. We used to steal his garbage cans. We'd take his garbage cans and put them on the roof of his house. Like we'd climb up on his roof of his house and put his garbage cans up there. Like I was just a little devil. Like who would do that? Now like as an adult, if some kid put garbage cans on top of my roof, I'd be so pissed. I would be so mad. I mean, it was hilarious in the moment, but yeah. I'd be like, I'm going to kill that child. We talked about this already. We've already kind of really covered that as well. I don't really need to talk about that. And that. Or this maybe. The PS3 was unused in the U.S. Armed Services. It was used because it was stronger and more durable computer that could connect to private networks all over. That's crazy. I didn't know that. If they lose one leg, they get a new one, a better one. Yeah, that's true. They just come back stronger. That's all they really do. Yeah, your video talking about Friends was funny when you said you were an edgy ass kid. Yeah. I don't think I'm really gonna be. I don't think I'm really gonna post like clips and stuff anymore. Not like I was before. Yeah, I probably maybe like reacts or something. Maybe I'll do some react videos. Kind of test the waters and see if people want to see stuff like that. For the most part, I just like doing my essays. But in general, I kind of want to like do varied content and just kind of have fun doing whatever I feel like that day, if that makes any sense. But like I went a little bit overboard with the clips. I kind of like I hit it way too fucking hard. And the problem is that I didn't realize this. This is after the fact. I was talking to another streamer or YouTuber, and they're like, hey, you know, be careful with posting a bunch of videos that, you know, don't get what your normal views do. Because eventually, once you get to the point where people start wanting to, you know, do like sponsored videos and stuff, they base that stuff off of everything else that, you know, all the views on your channel. So if all of a sudden they see these like wide dips where all of a sudden you have like a video that has like 1,000 views, they're going to be like, oh, well, you know, they pay you less money for that kind of stuff. Oh no, you're turning into a React Andy. No, I'm not going to return into an Act Andy. I don't really foresee myself doing that. I think that there's value in learning how to be able to repurpose content for sure, like live streams, like cutting them up. Because think about it, like there's a ton of really cool and interesting conversations that we have here on the live stream, right, with you guys that are here. But there's also, you know, tons of other viewers that would probably really like to be in on these conversations that just don't watch live streams. So I would really like for them to be able to be entertained and enjoy themselves as well. I don't see that, you know, that's kind of the whole thing. It's just trying to make sure that, you know, cover all the bases, repurpose some of the live content so more people can have something to enjoy, have something to have fun. This live stream is great. Yeah, I also feel like my approach to live streaming is a little weird, I think. I don't know. For all of the, does this apply to shorts as well? Maybe I'll start doing shorts. I don't know. Like the thing is that I'm one man. I don't have editors. I can't afford to have editors. You know, I don't make a ton of money or anything like that. I'm fucking poor right now. I've had so many people like messaging me and asking me, "Oh, hey, you want me to be your editor?" And I'm like, "I don't have any fucking money, dog. What are you talking about?" Like, I just started. I just started full-time content creation at the start of the year after I lost my job before Christmas. So I have no idea. Like, why are people asking me? Like, people are always that, and I've already been getting like talent agencies and stuff that have been trying to contact me, and I don't want to hear any of that fucking bullshit. I don't know about talent agencies, man. I don't trust that shit. Commentary reaction is good. Watching a full video with no pauses, smiling is a React Andy. Yeah, no. I mean, here's the funny thing. A lot of people want to talk shit about React. Guess what I'm doing right now? I'm reacting to chat. I'm reacting to posts on the internet. I'm reacting to news articles. 90% of fucking YouTube content is just reacting. That's all it is. It's our desire to see how other people view the world. That's what it is. That's the reason why React content does so well. It's our desire to see how other people understand and view the world. And from that, we gain a better understanding of our world. But you're not reacting to a court case. Maybe I should. Yeah, opinion validation does have something to do with it. I do feel like it's a little bit of a thing. That, I mean, I feel like opinion validation more than anything is just why people watch YouTube and videos and streaming and stuff like that to begin with. Because, you know, think about it. Are you attracted to streams or content creators that are covering games that you don't like? No. Do you have any idea how often I watch videos of people that talk about games that I like that don't like the game. I fucking love hearing people's opinions that are when they're different to mine. I always like having a conversation, but the problem is like many people can't actually many people can't debate a topic or have a conversation about a topic, and they always have to like come in like super hostile on stuff. I very much negatively respond to that kind of thing. Like I've had people come in the past that like come in hot in chat trying to get me like on a gotcha or something like that. And I've said this once before, but like if you're trying to like pull like a gotcha on me, or you know you're trying to be, I don't know, fucking weird, I just ban you. I just don't have to. This is not a democracy, okay? You know what I mean? And we're reacting to you, Pog. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I love it. But you get dogged for being a hate watcher, so I just hate lurk. I guess, yeah. I have hate watchers myself. There's an army of people that like follow my videos and fucking downvote my shit and stuff like that. Leave shitty comments. Luckily, what many people don't realize is that the YouTube algorithm is very, very strong. And if people like try to say some mean shit, YouTube's just like, we're not going to show that to Mr. Content Creator. They just fucking delete that shit. They take care of it for me. Isn't that nice? I get to just live in my own little, my little echo chamber. It's a beautiful world. It's a beautiful world when I'm the only one that I only have to listen to myself. It's perfect. It's perfect. Were you napping? Wow. Free engagement. Yeah, I don't really think it's necessarily like free engagement. I mean, sometimes it is. Sometimes when people leave bad comments, yeah, it ends up being a little bit of engagement. But the funny thing is, like, I was talking to some people that actually work for YouTube, and they specifically came out and said, they're like, comments don't matter on videos. Comments don't matter. It's nice to be able to get feedback for the creator, but for the most part, it doesn't really have anything to do with anything else other than that. Likes and view time are the two things that matter most. So if somebody watches your video all the way through, like, you know, they don't leave it and then come back to it later or anything like that, that kind of stuff definitely goes a really long way. That stuff goes super long. But more than anything, comments and stuff like that doesn't really matter. Do dislikes do anything? No. Like, the funny thing is that because you can notice that there's videos that are out there that have huge dislike ratios, right? If you actually have the extension to see it. But they still count dislikes as engagement. Really, dislikes, like the like dislike feature does positively affect you either way if it's dislikes or likes. But what it's really there to do is to try to show, you know, how audiences are reacting to whatever you're saying, basically. So you can, you know, you can see whether or not people, you know, like the content you're making or don't like the content you're making, regardless of not whether they're watching it or not. Cat name? Maddie. But I just call him Bubs. So actually his name is probably just Bubs. Yeah, I mean, comments and stuff like that do matter in the grand scheme of things for sure. Because it does increase engagement overall in the video. Because many a times what'll happen is like one person will comment and then another person will comment on that person's comment, which then requires them to come back to the video to watch it to respond again, which in turn then gives more engagement, right? But it's the point that like I think like a lot of content creators get into like the weird thing where, you know, they think that they have to look at or have to leave like mean or hateful comments on videos and stuff, but you don't actually have to. You can just get rid of them. Doesn't really matter. For me personally, I would rather just, if I could, I would save people the trouble. And if they don't like me, I would just I just block them. So that way they don't got to see me anymore. You know what I mean? You don't like me, I don't want you to see me anymore. You don't have to see me, bud. Wayne's World, Totally. Excellent. Now I'm covered in cat hair. Dude, his treats like fell out of the cupboard yesterday, like just showered down. He was having a great time. The wonders of owning a long-haired pet, or even just a pet in general. Yeah, no. Initially, when I saw him, when I got him at the Humane Society, or at the shelter that I got him from, he he looked like a short hair cat. But I should have probably been able to tell because he had like really big, like long, like ear tufts. But I didn't really think about that in the moment. I literally walked into the shelter and I said this. I go, "Who wants to be my cat?" And he was the first one to meow. And he looked right at me. And he put his hands up on the cage. Funny thing is, I did not realize that that was actually a sign of what was to come, which is a very vocal cat, a very needy cat. And yes. Yes, a very outward spoken cat. Yeah. So now he's like one of those guys where it's like if I'm not paying attention to him, like I'll go in the other room to lay down, maybe like watch some anime or something like that. I'll hear him in the other room and he'll find some object that makes a loud noise. So he likes the blinds, for instance, right? So he goes up to the blinds and he goes like over and over and over again just to make super loud noises and then meows to like try to get my attention. He's so annoying. He's so annoying. And by the way, he'll do that after we just spent like, 15, 20 minutes, playing with a toy or, combing him or whatever, like giving him attention. And he's like, no, not enough. More. Like every drummer in a band, exactly. Yeah. How do you say linoleum? What? Oh man. So the other thing I've seen too is that like I don't really understand. I genuinely don't understand what the issue here. Oh, it's right here. So what exactly is everybody's problem with this game? There's actually two really good points that I saw today that I ended up clicking on. I ended up liking both posts because they go so well together. It's not even funny. So this is Stellar Blade, which is going to be coming out. I don't remember when the date is. But this is Stellar Blade. This is going to be coming out relatively soon for PlayStation. It's a PlayStation exclusive. Looks kind of like a more action, even more action focused Nier Automata with big old, with a with some curves. And it's a protagonist with some curves. And so Synth Potato wrote, "I'm honestly embarrassed with all of the talk about games being an art medium. There's a group of people that cannot get over a game that has purposefully attractive protagonists. Why do journalists keep asking developers about this? Can attractive women not exist?" And this is, the developers, I guess the developers had said, "Honestly, when I'm playing a game, I would like to look at someone who is better looking than myself. That's what I want. I don't want to see something normal. I want to see something more ideal. I think that's very important I think that's an important form of entertainment. This is, after all, entertainment targeted for adults." And obviously these are interviewers that are, you know, trying to tap on certain buttons to get people to go along with a certain, you know, a certain type of dialogue or something like that. Trying to weave some kind of specific narrative because, you know, if there's an attractive character, then we need to target those developers because there must be obvious nefarious bad reasons why that character exists, even though that character is specifically based off of a real life person and real life model. Like 1-to-1. Sweden official. Is this actually the country of Sweden? Is the country of Sweden in my chat? That is sick. So yeah, this is I don't know, man. It's just and you know what the funny thing is? Embarrassing is such a good word for it. Embarrassing is such a good word for it because I feel embarrassed seeing people say stuff like that. Because it's just like, bro, what is wrong with you? It's a video game. It goes back to that point that the Pal World developer or the Pal World CEO said why they made the sliders in the game is because Americans like to make ugly characters sometimes. Like, good Lord, it's not sometimes, it's like all the time. But one of the other things that I saw, yeah, this goes along with it really well. People, we need more complex female characters. Y'all could barely handle her, and they posted a picture of Lae'zel. And the funny thing is that like these characters already exist. These characters already exist, and I didn't really hear a whole lot of crying about how attractive the characters in Baldur's Gate 3 were. I heard crying about it when people made mods to change how to make characters, I guess, even more attractive from their, you know, perspective. And on top of that, the other thing is too, I think the thing that kind of pisses me off when I see a lot of this stuff is that like everybody's opinion on what attractive is different. You know what I mean? My 9 or 10 could be your 7 or 8 or 20. You know, who knows? It's just I don't know, man. It's just really weird. And it usually, the worst thing is that like 90% of this is coming from the West. 90% of this is coming from the West. And it's just like people's priorities are in the wrong fucking place. Just in the wrong fucking place. I hope that the game is good, man. I hope that the game is good. I'm actually genuinely hoping that the game is good because it looked like it was really interesting. It looked really cool. It's one of those games that I think that it's not a game that has the kind of gameplay that could be held up by its storytelling. It looks more like a kind of one of those like tech demo games for Unreal Engine. But, you know, if the gameplay is good, then I think the game is good. Yeah. I hope all games are good. I'm the same way. I hope all games are good too. 90% more like 100% in the West. Only USA. Don't throw Europe in with you guys. Hey, man, I don't know. I know you actually that is true. And you know what the funny thing is? Like, also looking back at like Baldur's Gate 3, you know, like Baldur's Gate 3 was like not afraid to, you know, put us in adult situations. Look how well that did for that game. You know what I mean? But like American media specifically is so like teenager about it. It's so like American media is so teenager about it. Think about like, you know, romance scenes in movies and stuff like that. It's like feet under the sheets or something. It's so stupid. It's so childish. Like America is so childish when it comes to stuff like this. Like, you know, you think about it in the context of Baldur's Gate 3, or you look at like other games, like Western made games, and it's like, you know, adult scenes are like a silhouette behind a window or something like that. And ooh la la, or like they're trying to poke fun at it or make it feel weird or awkward or cringe or something like that. And then you look at like Based Larian and they're like, you want a fucking dong? We're just going to give you a big old bouncy dong. You can choose your dong. Which dong you want? You know what I mean? Like, what is this, dude? What is this? Why are we like this? What happened? What happened? they went off that scene from Mass Effect 1. Yeah, true. That's the funny part. You can have drugs, killers, psychos, but adult themes? No. Yeah, that's also true. I saw the stuff around Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, where there's like the scene where Harley Quinn's like grabbing the butt of one of the other guys on the team or something like that. They're like, well, this is acceptable. And it's like, bro, if that was a male character, you know that would have been on every fucking Twitter everybody's Twitter, all over the news. Look at this. Glorifying, you know. I can't, man. I can't. The hypocrisy of this world, the hypocrisy of many of the people in the US is just wild. But it's a woman, so it's different, of course. Of course it is. Yeah. What happened to a tasteful fade to black? Yeah, I don't know. The steamy scenes in media are just filler. Feet in the sheets is good enough to get the point across. No. Well, I mean, like I brought that up earlier too, right? Like, yeah, I think in a lot of cases that kind of can be, except for I don't know, man. I think Baldur's Gate 3 actually did it relatively well. That game made me blush, okay? Like, a lot of times. And I'm not the kind of person to blush. I sat here and I was just like, oh my God. Oh my God. Did she say that to me? Did we just do that? It was good. I think there's a way you can do it, and there's a way that you can't. And I think in a lot of cases, like a lot of people just don't understand romance. You know what I mean? You must have did the bear scene. I didn't do the bear scene. But Karlach, she gives you a night to remember. We'll say that. Karlach gives you a night to remember. You're not walking around the same the next day. I'll tell you that right now. You don't fuck Karlach. Karlach fucks you. That's what it's like. Baldur's Gate 3 lets you literally walk in on two goblins banging. Dude, that is like some of the funniest dialogue too, especially I want to say it's barbarian specific dialogue choice. If you walk in on the hobgoblin and like the ogre going at it, you get a barbarian specific dialogue choice is to make fun of the size of the hobgoblin's manhood. It's so funny. And also think about the insane and awesome and incredible like detail of that game to have a specific dialogue choice that's that funny if you only play that one class in that scenario. That is just so cool, dude. Stuff like that is so cool. It makes for such like memorable moments. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream. See you around. Take care. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's just like, bro. What a fucking game, man. What an absolute game. I also saw this too. There's somebody's making like a fan made their own like holographic cards. Looks sick. Which, you know, putting that into context, putting Palworld's success into context again, you know, regardless of what people say, like I had somebody that was like arguing in my comment section. They were mad because they're like, oh, well, you know, Palworld's going to die in like a few days because it's already lost like 60% of its, you know, it's already lost 60% of its peak concurrent players. And I'm like, well, no game ever stays at its fucking peak. And I mean, outside of like Baldur's Gate 3 just did some like just wild shit. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is still doing some wild shit. Like that game is just something completely different. It's just a game that it's not like a game that we've seen in the last decade. I'm sorry. Like I know people are going to have some of their games that are their absolute favorite, but what Baldur's Gate 3 has done is fucking crazy. What that game has done is it still has a peak, a 24-hour peak of 125 million or 125,000 players. In the last 24 hours, it still had 125,000 players. It's been out for over 6 months. Like, that's crazy. I mean, its all-time peak was 875. But I just hate it when people want to point out. I hate when people want to point out like where the player numbers are, you know, a few weeks after a game's release or something like that. Unless it's absolutely fallen off of a cliff. But for the most part, like that's not falling off. Like, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't really. It's not really super indicative, especially if you're talking about a game that's in early access to begin with, right? Like I realized that, yeah, I was at Power World was at like 2 million peak concurrent players, a little over 2 million peak concurrent players, and then I think now it's at like, I think its 24-hour peak is like 700,000 or something like that. But you know, keep in mind it's an early access game. There's not a whole lot of content. You can easily have beat the game and beat all of its content within a week or two. You know what I mean? After playing, especially if you're playing with friends. If you're playing by yourself, I don't know. I think kind of go either way. I think playing solo can sometimes be limiting, but also playing multiplayer can be limiting in different ways as well. But yeah, so I don't know. I feel like people are a little bit overreacting to a dip in player numbers. And again, it's an early access, so you know. And there's also big games and stuff like that that are getting ready to release, so people are starting to ship off to the games that they've been looking forward to. Uh, 40% people that were serious about the game, 60% of people that will show Nintendo. I don't know. You know, the one thing that I saw is that people kept saying that the only reason the game was popular was because of streamer hype. I think people overestimate the influence of streamers. I really think they do. I think people overestimate the hype of streamers. You know what I mean? That's not saying that. I guarantee that I have probably influenced a few people to go buy a game. They watched a video of mine or saw me on stream or something like that, and they were like, you know what? This guy likes this game. I agree with a lot of the things this guy says. There's a really good chance that our tastes align. I'm going to get this game too. And then you're also going to have some different type of people that are going to be like, oh, well, you know, I like the way this game looks because I'm watching this person stream it. Or you have the people that are just trend followers, people that want to just be on the thing that's really popular right now. But I'm going to tell you right now, 20 million copies in fucking 2 weeks is not because of streamers. That's not because of streamers, nor is that because of Pokemon hate. I think it genuinely is just an unserved audience of people that are out there that have been wanting to play something like Pokemon, but was a little bit more mature, or the fact that also I would say that survival games over the last few years have really took off and have become more and more appealing to wider audiences. And you know what makes a survival game even more appealing to wider audiences? Well, it has a theme that has to do with something that every generation for the last 3 generations has grown up with. Creature collecting. So it's just one of those things. Like, dude, it's the perfect storm of interests being aligned in one place, and people are going to buy it. You know what I mean? And then beyond that, when you have people that are like, oh, you know, it's dead in a week, it's dead in 2 weeks. Like, okay, so it's a $30 early access game. Are we expecting the game to still be at 1 million or 2 million concurrent players for a month? What are you talking about? I feel bad for Enshrouded. Power World shadowed them off. I'm going to be honest. I don't think so. I mean, yeah, for sure. It definitely took some interest away from Enshrouded. But also at the same time, I feel like Enshrouded has a completely different audience than Power World. Like, they're serving 2 completely different camps of people. 2 completely different camps of people. What's exciting is what comes next. There's absolutely going to be a Power World like, just like how Vamp. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Knack. That's actually a really good point. That's a really good point. You're going to have a lot of people that realize that Power World struck a gold vein, and you're going to have other people that are going to try to emulate what Power World did in their own way. And you might even find people that iterate on Power World's formula better than Power World does. There's a really good chance that can happen, right? There's a really good chance that something like that can happen. But I realize that's not necessarily something that a lot of people believe will probably happen either, right? Just because people like to be negative. People like to be down on games. I got more interest in the survival genre too, so people might look at Enshrouded after Power World. That's the other thing too. That's actually a really good point. That's a really good point. That there's a really good chance that just because, you know, somebody's going to get into a survival game like Power World, realize that there's not a lot of content because the game's in early access. Most of the systems and the end game systems and all that stuff is all half baked. It's not even really in place yet. Most of the things that they want to put into the game are still in the planning phases. They don't even really have a dev team large enough for them to even be able to deliver on a lot of the stuff that they plan to within a realistic amount of time. Now that they have money, that's a different story. Now that they have money, there's a really good chance that, yeah, they would be able to. But with that said, you know, it's just have realistic expectations for a game in early access. And Enshrouded's probably going to be seeing a ton of people that are going to be rolling over from Power World because, well, Enshrouded is a little bit more, you know, fleshed out. I don't know. The animation and combat in Power World is so smooth that I think it'll take some. I think it takes some pretty good devs. I don't know. You know what the funny thing is? I don't even really think it has anything to do with like super good developers or anything like that. A lot of the guys that work for them are people that learned on the job. I think it actually just more or less comes down to the fact that they just don't have a whole lot of, you know, they don't have a lot of people to answer to. Like the CEO is the one that was basically pushing the game development. So with that said, you know, if you only have one person that's, you know, one or two people that are making decisions for everything, rather than having to go up this chain of command every single time that you want to get something done, you know, development goes by a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. It doesn't even have anything to do with skill. It just has something to do with better communication, better allocation of resources and things like that. You know what I mean? Have you seen the video of the firearms expert rating the accuracy of the guns? It's nuts. Are you talking? Is it that one guy that works for like the firearm museum? Indie games like that have little bloat. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, there's little to no bloat. Everything in the game is very purposeful in its design because, like, it's very literal. Like, I think that's the best way to say it. The game's it's a very literal game. Yeah. I realize that, like, some developers would like to say it doesn't have any warmth, but they just kind of cut off the frills, right? They cut off the frills, no thrills, just straight to the gameplay and make sure the game works. I think that was like their main focus with everything they were doing, was just trying to make sure the game works. And because of that, it ended up being something that people ended up vibing with, because we just care about whether or not a game is fun and it works. It just so happens that Power World both works and is fun. Yeah, hyper focused on simply just making a good game. And I think even their developers, or their CEO even said something about that at one point, right? So, yeah. I think largely that's what this whole thing kind of comes down to. I've gotten like 30 hours in Power World. I'm content. Might just want to wait to play more later. Maybe even as far as full launch. Yeah, and I think you're probably going to have a ton of people that are going to do stuff like that as well. You're probably going to have a bunch of folks that are just going to say, you know what, man, I'm just going to wait until the game is completely done. And then once it's done, then we will, then we'll go from there and, see what happens. So, yeah. Personally, I might be one of those people. I'll be honest with you guys. I might be one of those guys. Once I finish the world that I'm, the co-op world that I'm playing, once that's done, there's a really good chance that I'm going to put Power World down and probably not come back to it until they do a major content update. Waiting till completion? I'm not one of those guys. I don't know if I can wait that long. I don't know. I can't wait all the way to completion. I always go back and play Valheim a little bit, but I mean, I love Valheim. Holy fuck, that game is taking forever. Is that just me? Is that just me? I don't know. I just hope that the Power World devs continue to invest in the game and flesh it out. I feel like the game could go on for years. For sure it could. And that's like the whole point that I brought up in the video that I think a lot of people don't really realize when it comes to that game is that whether they did it on purpose or not, I have no idea, but they effectively tapped into what would be the gaming fountain of youth, something similar to something similar to like Fortnite or something like that. Because one of the things that they did is that they can just reiterate on the Pokemon formula with inside their game by making more areas for us to explore, more challenges for us to have, and more monsters for us to catch. And they can also make the survival people happy by giving us more things to build and more places to build things and more ways to build things and stuff like that. And because of that, they basically, like I said, have a fountain of youth. They can just kind of go back to it, just keep the game fresh, keep it fresh constantly. You know what I mean? All they got to do is I don't know. If I were them, I'd probably do quarterly major updates or something like that. Something that adds, X amount of new enemies or X amount of new pals, maybe some type of new mechanic to interact with or something like that. They could literally, not games as a service, not live service, but live service, like something where they're continually updating the game. Not saying it has some battle passes or microtransactions. I would probably say they should probably get microtransactions at one point. Something like tasteful though would be nice. Like if it's like cosmetics or something like that, I could give a shit less. I'm one of those people. I don't spend money on cosmetics. So when games want to put cosmetics in it, I'm like, fuck, sure, go ahead. Make somebody else pay for it. You know what I mean? That's like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. A bunch of whales paid for me to have a premium Grand Blue Fantasy game. Sick. You know what I mean? Cool. All right. Because people, don't you realize this has a mobile game? This is a mobile game company. And I'm like, yeah, well, this is a full price title. And they're like, yeah, but it's made by a mobile game company that has pay to win games. Aren't you against microtransactions? I'm like, yeah, but I mean, if people are going to pay for me to have a full priced game, then I'm going to take it. I'm not necessarily like, I think it's hard to voice all of your, all the things that you want in games or things that you want to change. I don't necessarily have a problem with microtransactions. I have a problem with games that are fucking stuffed with it, where everything in the game is locked off. Where I can't be a unique player if I don't have, if I'm not spending money on the game. I hate having content walled off from me entirely. I don't like pay to win. I don't like those kind of things. But outside of that, and also the other thing is that you can also see that there's games where the monetization clearly is taking all of the focus and it's not going towards the gameplay. Notice that I love Final Fantasy XIV. And they have tons of microtransactions. And you pay for it monthly. And you pay a box price. But I'm not complaining about it. Why? Because it's a good game. You know what I mean? It comes down to that. It's a good game. Why do not a lot of people complain about Genshin Impact? Because they really like it and they enjoy it and they like the music and the characters. They like the game. It's a good, at its bones, at its core, Genshin Impact's a good game. It's fun. I've played it. It's fun. I can't continue to play it because it's like an investment to do so. Not only a time investment, but like there's always that constant like nagging thing when it comes to gacha games where it's like spend. I hear that dark voice behind me. You know what I mean? The free trial of Final Fantasy XIV is such a... Yeah, well, I mean, that's... I'm sorry, man. The free trial of Final Fantasy XIV... I know that there's a lot of people, like, that want to talk about, like, ethical... like, really ethical decisions in game... in, like, game development. Like, oh, it's like, Larian Studios, incredibly ethic. I don't understand how Square Enix can be one of the most... have one of the absolute best, period, one of the best ethical models for MMOs, and then simultaneously have some of the worst monetization in all of their games. How does that exist in the same place? How does that exist? Players can play Final Fantasy XIV free to play up to, I think, level 70 now. I think you can play all the way through Stormblood. So we're talking hundreds of hours of gameplay. Hundreds of hours of MMO, free MMORPG. And not low quality, high quality MMORPG. Many people, myself included, would probably say even better than World of Warcraft, but that's just an opinion. Hundreds of hours. And then they have some of the worst monetization in the rest of their games. It's like, what is this? How do you guys do this? It makes perfect sense. It's like getting diet soda and candy. You get the diet soda so you can have the candy. Yeah, you know what the funny thing is that you bring up kind of a good point there. So it's like the idea of like having goodwill to spend, right? I think that's Blizzard's issue. Blizzard doesn't have goodwill to spend. So everything they do, everybody reacts to negatively because all their goodwill is spent and they just can't help but continue to make sure that they're trying to capture as much revenue as possible by wringing their players for every dollar they possibly can. But then you go and you look at what Final Fantasy and Square does, and Square has goodwill because they make good games sometimes. Final Fantasy 14, right? And Final Fantasy 7 Remake, Final Fantasy 16. I liked Final Fantasy 15. Hot take, I know. But you have all of these games that Square Enix has that are good and people really enjoy them. And then they also build up goodwill in those games by making them relatively, not pay to win or anything like that, or have any like crazy monetization or anything. You even have Final Fantasy 14 that has this massive free trial, right? And then they spend that goodwill in other places, like crypto. It's like, I mean, all right. I mean, okay. That's the reason why we can look and see Square Enix doing something dumb and be like, man, Square Enix, you're dumb. I'm still going to get that Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, though. It's fucking too good, man. That's too good. They got something figured out, that's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, in a lot of ways, I think Creative Business Unit 3 should just run the whole damn company. I don't actually know about that, to be honest. I mean, like, Creative Business Unit 5, I think, is pretty good, too. That's the one that does Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth and Remake. They've done a pretty good job. I don't know what they worked on before that, though. But there's a couple of their units that have producers and directors that should be in higher positions than they are. That should be running the company. But the problem is that, like, especially when it comes to like CEOs and the CEOs they continually pick, I don't know anything about the new guy that much, but for the most part, it's like family hires. Like there's like nepotism and stuff at play, and you're never getting somebody that is, somebody that loves Final Fantasy. And that's what you really need. You need somebody in that seat that loves the franchise to the point that they wouldn't want to do anything to tarnish it, but also realize that they run a business and they have to make money. That's a really hard balance to be able to find with anybody. It's a really hard balance. To be honest, that's hard for anybody. That's hard for any position to be in, any creative position. Even me, man, even as a YouTuber, there's a weird, hard, super difficult balance that you have to be able to maintain between, I want to deliver specific content to my community, and, there's a brand image of sorts that I want to maintain and things like that. But then also at the same time, I need money. You know what I mean? So it's like there's a line that you have to dance, and sometimes the morality of that line is a little gray. I can't wait for that new Mana game. Who are you talking to? The minute that they announced that, I like screamed like a little girl. I screamed like a little girl. Screamed like a little girl. Yeah. I can tell you why. The reason why is that Final Fantasy saved them from bankruptcy in the early years. They said that they will never throw that franchise under the bus like that. Yeah, I think the history of the game has a lot to do with it. You know what I mean? It's their cornerstone. They can't tarnish the cornerstone Because if people aren't coming to you for that game, they're not going to be coming to you for anything else. It's like it's your loss leader, or not loss leader. I guess it kind of would be like a loss leader. It's what draws people to the rest of the games around you. You know what I mean? It's how you get people to get into your microtransactions, to get into your other games that you make that may not be as popular or as successful as some of the other games that they have. And I think that's like one of the biggest problems when I look at a company like Blizzard specifically, is that like they don't run by that kind of mentality. They literally just fucking they just go for the throat every time. They go for the throat every time. And it's like, you guys can't do that shit. All right, guys, we're gonna do some React content, some real content. So one thing that I have yet to do, okay, we're gonna go on a ride together. Don't worry, we're still remaining relatively we're doing ethical React content, I guess. I don't know if there even is such a thing. I want to watch the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth state of play trailer, because I haven't seen it at all, and I've heard nothing but good things, and a lot of people are super high on it. Super high on it. I've heard nothing but good things. Have you guys watched it yet? Have you guys watched the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, like the state of play or whatever it is? I've heard it. The word a friend told me is thick. They said content wise, it is thick. Holy shit, it's 20 minutes. Why are you sitting right in front of chat, Cat? Nope, haven't seen it. Still recovering from it. Ooh, oh boy. I'm hyped, and I don't get hyped by games anymore. Okay, all right. Well, that's really gonna have to buy a PS5 this month to play it. Holy. Okay, so I guess it's not the best thing I ever saw, but it's pretty close. All right. So I mean, Rebirth trailer looks amazing. Okay. All right. Well, okay. I guess we'll watch it. I don't I'll give a little bit of background. I loved Final Fantasy VII. I love Final Fantasy Remake. And I know that they're supposed to be doing some really interesting and some relatively daring things with this one. Or not like daring, but like they're kind of going in on this one and trying to do more with it than they did with the last one. So I'm interested to see what that more is. The only thing that I know about about Rebirth so far is that I know that they were introducing like a couple mini games, and I saw that they were going to have like kind of like a semi-open world, nothing too big, at least to my understanding, and obviously like the combo mechanics and stuff like that. But I'm interested to see exactly how this whole thing's going to turn out. You guys can let me know how the audio is, and we'll do this whole thing. I would actually say I'm equally as excited for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth as I am for Dragon's Dogma 2. But that's just the Final Fantasy fan in me. That's just the Final Fantasy fan in me. Let's do it. Wait, do I not have sound? Yeah, I don't have sound. I don't have sound because my headset turned off. Okay.
What happened to this place?
It was Sephiroth.
He wants to finish what he started and rule over the planet.
We have to help them.
You coming?
Way ahead of you.
Let's get to work.
Yeah, I loved the Yuffie DLC. I actually completely had forgot that was a whole thing. And I recently, within like the last couple months, I think it was actually back in November, I was like, oh, wait a minute. That's right. They had a DLC and I never actually played it. Because I bought it, I bought Rebirth on PC, or not Rebirth, I bought Remake on PC. And I forgot that Intergrade had a DLC thing in it. And I went back and played that back in like November or something like that. It was awesome. I actually can't wait to use her because I really, really enjoyed playing as her. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't really play as Cloud very much in Remake. I played as Tifa.
I will reclaim our world.
皆さんこんにちは。スクエアエニックスの北瀬義則です。私がシリーズプロデューサーを務めるファイナルファンタジー7の最新作ファイナルファンタジー7リバースがついに2月29日に発売いたします。本作のストーリーは主人公クラウドとその仲間たちが宿敵であるセフィロスを追いかけ、魔法都市ミッドガルの外にある広大な世界へと足を踏み出すところから物語が始まります。今回のステートプレイではこのゲームの魅力を凝縮した最新のトレーラーをはじめ
Highlighting some of the game's most
okay. 映像をご用意しています。また
most exciting features.
ぜひ番組の最後までお付き合いください。それではどうぞ。
Cloud, bring me the black materia.
Man, it looks so much more.
The beginning of the end. The celebration of the faithful. A watershed moment for all mankind.
Is that what I think it is?
Hey kids, sorry we're late.
This is like ancient ruins, right? Ancient temple or whatever the hell it was called. I'm so excited for the combat, especially having. There is one thing that I wish more RPGs had, especially like just JRPGs in general. I love dual combat mechanics where two characters team up to do a special attack together. That is bar none my favorite thing to do. I remember when they introduced it into, I think it was in Tales of Vesperia. You could do it with Yuri and Flynn. Oh, dude, absolutely love that.
You're going to pay.
Temple of the Ancients, thank you.
Now, who wants to be the first lucky lady?
Hey, boss! Your guests are here! At long last, the knave returns. I refuse to be upstaged a second time, my friend!
Good, Cloud. Very good. Fill your hollow heart with rage.
It looks so pretty. Looks so pretty. Oh no.
I'm back now, Aerith. I'm back.
We ask that you retrieve it, the black materia, key to our oblivion. Please. It alone can liberate us from
Man,
this endless
the way
dream.
they've worked the character design with the Rebirth and Remake is so good.
You.
Tifa! Whew! Hey, guys!
They're getting some sun too.
I'm gonna say it. Final Fantasy has the best music of any game ever. There's tons of games that are out there that I absolutely love that have fantastic music, but I don't think that there's ever been a game that elicits emotion as well as music in Final Fantasy does. I really don't. Like it's the best music of any franchise that's out there. It's just that damn good. And there's some games that have some incredible music. I love the music in Baldur's Gate and other games as well, but bro.
Yeah.
Well, Red, how do we look? Huh?
Tifa.
You should
Damn, girl.
yourself.
Damn. I'll have to watch this trailer again later.
It's gotta be hiding some ginormous materia.
I think I already found my new cell phone background.
Whoa! Hold this thing over right now.
You said that Sephiroth is your foe. I have a history with him.
You wouldn't believe what he can do.
Is that Vincent? I've seen him in the trailer before, actually. Queen's Blood? Oh, so they brought back the fucking the Yuffie minigame.
You'll need a way home. So when you're ready, I'll be here. An emissary from Wutai is here. Sent by Viceroy Saru.
With all this goddamn blood on my hands, how could I ever hold my daughter again?
Those we hate, those we love, those we fear.
Wait, was that dying?
Anyone to fool her prey.
Don't do this!
But I'm no fool.
That right?
Sephiroth! Hey!
No, not you.
Here. Take it.
Bro, it's so
This isn't about
pretty.
me, though.
It's so
About
pretty.
saving the world. And you.
The reunion. When spite and sorrow are harvested to feed the planet. No!
My God. On 2 discs. I don't even know what that. Like, I don't even know. What does that even mean? On 2 discs. Only Square Enix and only Final Fantasy could take us back to a world in which we're playing games on multiple discs again.
リバースディレクターの浜口直樹です。トレーラーはいかがでしたでしょうか。ここからは本作がどのようなゲームなのか、私から皆様にご紹介していきたいと思います。
So this is when we're leaving, right? This is the very end of the last game.
I'm waiting, Cloud.
In Final Fantasy VII Remake, Cloud and his companions triumph over destiny. Leaving the city of Midgar behind, they step out into an unfamiliar wilderness.
Which, by the way, guys, like, when I say that I love the music for Final Fantasy, I almost every year now have been going to go see their live orchestra, and it's crazy, but almost every single time that I've gone, it's been basically sold out. Like, every seat is filled. Every seat is filled. And the music is insane live. It's insane live.
It is here that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth begins.
I think 1 year timed release before we see it on PC.
The stage upon which this ragtag band story unfolds
My
is both
God.
vast and varied. The world is made up of multiple regions, all seamlessly interconnected.
Northwood, Grasslands, Junon, Meridian Ocean, Gonga region. This is, I mean, I don't know how big these areas are, but like,
Located due south of Midgar, this is where Cloud and the gang resume their adventure.
this game feels way bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Where a metropolis by the same name overlooks the ocean, a symbol of Shinra's military might. The Corel region. The resort town of Costa del Sol adorns its northern shore, while the Gold Saucer stands as a gilded oasis above the Dust Bowl far to the south.
Oh my God.
The Gingaga region. Pay tribute to Zack by exploring his hometown, or visit what remains of the local Mako reactor. The Cosmo Canyon region.
I'm going to spend so much time in the Golden Saucer, it's not even funny. I'm going to be all over that place. I'm going to live in that place.
The Nebel region.
My only hope is that they have like enough mini games and stuff like that. If there's only like going to be like a couple of things in there, then it's not really going to be that worth. But hopefully they really stacked it. I'm hoping it has a bunch of different stuff for us to do.
Region. Take a trip down memory lane with Cloud and Tifa, or stop by Shinra Manor, where Vincent rests in peace. Your adventure will even extend to the high seas. There's more to do than simply walk around, however.
Okay.
First, let's look at world intel. Assisting Chadley with his research will deepen his understanding of the world, allowing him to develop new materia. This research takes many forms, such as wrangling chocobos or playing with the mooglets at their mog stools. You may also come across sanctuaries brimming with knowledge of divine entities.
Shut up.
Come across sanctuaries brimming
Wait a
with
minute.
knowledge of divine.
Oh yeah.
Entities.
Oh yeah.
Layers inhabited by fearsome, unique foes.
That was one of the things, that was one of my complaints with Final Fantasy VII Remake, was that there wasn't enough of those like really awesome special side fights that you could do, that we've all kind of come to expect from Final Fantasy games. Ultima Weapon, things like that, you know what I mean? And I absolutely love when games have a ton of that kind of stuff, because it's like optional content. You don't need to do it, but man, you can get some like really cool busted equipment and stuff like that from it. And I felt like there wasn't enough of that in Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I mean, Alexander.
Chadley will also enlist your help in researching mysterious artifacts known as proto-relics. Each investigation is its own side story, featuring a colorful cast of characters, exciting new minigames, and ferocious creatures. Are you up for the challenge? And once you recover all the proto-relics scattered throughout the world, there's no telling what new developments might be in store.
I also like that they gave it like a little bit of a like a different functionality to like how you got Chadley to find new materia to make, because like it wasn't that bad, but it was also kind of a chore in the last game. You know what I mean? To what was it? The identify, where you had to like scan every you had to scan every single monster. That I wasn't really a huge fan of. I didn't really like that much. I like this much better. Like being able to just like go out and do like world activities and stuff like that, to, just exploring or doing, fights and playing the game. I'd rather play the game to unlock that stuff than have to do like chores. And that's what it felt like. It felt like, oh, now I have to waste this ability slot, or I had to waste this materia slot to make sure that I have this one specific that scan materia or whatever it was called. I forgot what it is.
About odd jobs. These quests offer a deep dive into the regions of the world and the crazy characters who inhabit them. As a merc, Cloud will accept work from people he meets in his travels and team up with his pals to solve their troubles.
Bro, how many mini games are in this thing?
By helping those in need, he will also strengthen the bonds between him and his comrades. Each one of these odd jobs boasts a unique side story. Some, like Johnny's questline, borrow aspects from the original FF7, while others highlight content exclusive to Rebirth. You'll find all sorts of jobs the world over. And don't worry if you leave some for later. Story progression won't affect your side hustle.
Dude,
you can always go back to
cats.
tie up loose ends.
Cats. Bro, like that's what I was just about to say. Like this reminds me of like Yakuza or It Takes Two. Like they're all over the place. There's so many different mechanics and so many different like mini games and stuff like that. This is crazy.
To experience the story how you want is one of Rebirth's greatest strengths. While some mini games are tied to world intel and odd jobs, many are not. For example, popular ones from the Gold Saucer, such as 3D Brawler,
Bro!
and Chocobo Racing.
What is this game?
VII Rebirth 2.
What is this game?
Others improve
So then they all
on their remake versions, while still more are completely
we've seen that.
new to Rebirth. We've even fleshed out some of the mini-games that were featured as part of the original Final Fantasy VII's main scenario. Though this one is not in the original, I highly suggest you check out the card game, Queen's Blood. No matter where you are in the story, it's sure to both challenge and entertain you. Enjoy collecting all the cards and building your own unique
Oh
decks.
God.
He's planning to use the black materia, but I won't let that happen. He has to be stopped by a Cetra. And I'm the last.
While mini
God, it's just-
games and map exploration
it's so
are
good
a big
looking.
part of Rebirth's charm, there's more to it than just that. Rebirth provides a cinematic experience with even higher quality content and more of it than Remake.
Really? Well, I mean, it'd have to. It's 2 discs long, right?
Company after they escape Midgard, up through to their arrival at the Forgotten Capital. We've taken painstaking care to depict how the group bonds during their journey, one that ultimately decides Aerith's fate. Once you finish Rebirth, I'm sure you'll agree that no other game makes you feel quite this close to its characters.
I'm wondering if they go in a different direction. Think how much it would absolutely flip people on their heads. Think how it would flip everybody on their heads if Aerith doesn't die. Because then by the time it would come for us to go, because there's going to be another game, right? This isn't the last one. How many games in this series did they say they were going to make? Is it 3 or 4? I can't remember. 3? Okay. Like, no, at that point, nobody would have any idea what's going to happen in the third game. Part of me wants that. Part of me really wants that. Someone else might die. Yeah, like something like that could happen. Yeah. Yeah. It wouldn't be Tifa. They wouldn't do that to her, right?
Not even him.
As for the graphics, Rebirth makes full use of the PlayStation 5 and its SSD, meaning we could use much higher resolution assets than we could in Remake, and they will still load in the blink of an eye. Maintain a 60 FPS frame rate with performance mode.
Well, they've already technically changed the canon to begin with, right? There's already things that have happened in this game that haven't necessarily happened in the other game, but a lot of that people are saying is just context, but I don't think this is the same universe. I don't think it is. The remake series is basically a sequel to the original. They already hinted Sephiroth is from the future, and Aerith knows stuff as well. That's true, and also you've been having flashbacks as well, too, right?
Or prioritize 4K resolution with graphics mode. Whichever you prefer.
Or we could have released this game on PC and you wouldn't have to pick.
Each character interacts with the world in their own way. Barrett shoots objects. Yuffie swings across gaps. Tifa has her grappling gun. Red
Okay, it's kind of cool.
Walls. Kate Sith grabs and throws items. And Aerith manipulates the life stream. Whatever challenges you face, your teammates will be ready to help you overcome.
I always like a little bit of puzzle solving.
Now for the music. We wanted to pay respect to the original FF7's tracks, but also challenge ourselves by matching the feeling of each scene, which resulted in some truly innovative arrangements.
Dude.
Like, for example, the following.
Call Presence a badass track. I like that one.
If you enjoyed what you heard, we recorded well over 400 new tracks for this game.
Oh my god. Good lord.
Thank you for choosing Bronco Cruises. We sincerely
Hey,
hope
Sid.
you enjoyed your trip with us.
Your party's bonds aren't just reflected in the story, but through gameplay as well.
Hey, this tank reminds
The choices you make throughout your adventure will change the way your comrades feel towards Cloud.
Yeah.
What?
Place I made that promise to you.
These feelings affect who will
What?
join you on a date in the Gold Saucer. Something I'm sure many of you are excited about.
I mean, bro, why you gotta call me out like that?
Even allies who weren't available in the original FF7 can now accompany you, provided you play your cards right.
Wow,
The
okay.
saucer is packed with many incredible sights to see and things to do.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. Like, they're already saying that you can take people that initially you were unavailable, it wasn't available for you to be able to take them to the Golden Saucer, and now you're going to be able to in this one. That in itself is already a relatively kind of big change.
So your outing there will no doubt be a highlight of the game.
God, Tifa.
Already have someone who you'd like to go with?
You first.
Cloud?
Well, we hope they feel the same way too.
Why they gotta make her look so good?
Your companions
For real.
will share a bond not only with Cloud, but with each other as well. Your party level, a numerical expression of this bond, will increase as you overcome challenges.
I'm going to accompany you.
So there's like a bond level between
The higher
characters.
this
Okay.
The more skills will become available in your character's folios, a mechanic new to Rebirth.
Oh,
By
like sphere
unlocking
grid?
the skills etched in these tones, your characters will grow stronger and learn new synergy commands.
Am I the only one that likes sphere grid from Final Fantasy X?
Part of what makes Rebirth's combat so fun is all the different character combinations. Switch up your team.
I'm thinking about making a video about this, and maybe I will. But one of the things that I was thinking about is that I think that they should use Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's combat as an archetype for whatever game, like whatever the next Final Fantasy game in the mainline series is. I liked Final Fantasy 16. However, this combat system, while like I wish that this system was a little bit more fluid, which I don't know how it feels right now, right? I don't know how Final Fantasy VII feels right now. There's like certain things that I didn't like the way of like aerial enemies, as an example. If you're like playing as Cloud and you're fighting like aerial enemies, I'm like, this is fucking annoying. Aerial enemies in Final Fantasy 16, easy. You had no problem taking it on, right? I would like to see like a little bit of a blend to make the real-time combat a little bit more fluid in Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I don't want it to go full-on action combat like Final Fantasy 16. I like both, but I like this more. And I kind of wish it would just take a little bit from Final Fantasy 16, but not all of it. Yeah.
To fit the situation, or even your mood. Every possible party combination has its own unique synergy commands.
That's so cool.
So once you find characters that work for you, focus on tweaking their skills to match your combat needs.
That's awesome. I love that.
And don't be afraid to experiment. You can reset your folios at any time.
Thank you. I appreciate. I wish more games had like free reset options.
Synergy commands at your disposal.
Like I think like reset options, like they make sense in the context of some games if it's going to be locked. However, at the same time, like you don't need to make things unnecessarily difficult for players or waste our time or something like that. You know what I mean? You look at a game like, you know, Path of Exile, right? Like I get it in the context of like you want to make meaningful choices. However, at the same time, in a game like that, when people are making meaningful choices that end up leading them down a road in which they don't like the outcome, not very good. You don't want to have something like that happen in a game like this. So I appreciate that that's the direction they went with making sure we could just refund that stuff.
Satisfying hybrid of action combat and strategic planning has been made even more dynamic and engaging. We can't wait for you to experience all this and more in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on PlayStation 5.
Dude, it looks so good. It looks so good. I realize like a lot of this stuff is like very like cut together to make it look better than what it is, but as long as it plays anything like Final Fantasy VII Remake, it's gonna be fine. Before I go, we have a very special announcement. We're releasing a Final Fantasy demo. Oh, there's a demo out. I didn't even know about that. Oh, you pull. Oh.
さらに今回の体験版では発売までの間にアップデートが入り、ジュノンエリアの一部を探索できる追加デモが開放されます。本作の特徴である自由度の高いエリア探索を体験してください。詳細な情報は公式サイトや SNS をご確認ください。ぜひこの豪華な体験版をお楽しみいただきつつ、本作の発売をお待ちください。
Time to play it? I don't know, man. Like, it'd be such a pain for me to have to try to go and hook up my PlayStation right now. Like, I mean, it's hooked up to my TV, but it's not hooked up to like my my PC setup or anything like that. I'd have to like plug it into the capture card and all that, and I don't really want to do any of that. That looked incredible, though. I think the game is way bigger than I thought it was going to be. I think it's probably bigger than many people probably thought it was going to be. This is wild, especially once they popped out and showed that map and they showed the different zones. Obviously, it depends on how big those areas are going to be and how much explorable space there's going to be. But I mean, even the initial couple zones that they showed off looked like they were really big, and they've made it a pretty big. They've made it a pretty big, you know, talking point to talk about how large these explorable areas are and how seamless the transition is between areas. You know what I mean? So I think it's gonna be. I think this game's gonna be massive, especially 2 discs. Like, what does 2 discs mean in 2024? You know what I mean? What does 2 discs mean in 2024? How big is that game? That has to be a big, big game. In Path of Exile, at least you can work and make buy in-game currency or convert currency to fix your build. But in games like Cyberpunk, you must install mods and stuff like that. I mean, but here's the thing. I always try to think about games from a new player perspective, and you know, taxing players that much, especially that, you know, that crossroads that comes in Path of Exile, is just not a good thing. Honestly, I think the respec is actually one of the reasons why a lot of people bounce off of Path of Exile. I definitely did a few times before, for sure. I know that. Rebirth is 150 gigs. So it's as big as a Call of Duty DLC. That's crazy. DBS on Purge, or DBS Purge on Twitch. Found you on YouTube back when Baldur's Gate 3 came out. I really enjoy your content. Gonna give you a Prime sub when it comes available in 12 minutes. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. The most unnecessarily, yeah, it's a big unnecessary L for PoE, 100%. Yeah, but here's the thing: we don't judge things whether they're the worst or not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not really big on that stuff. I get where you're coming from. I understand. Like, I've played Path of Exile. I've played it quite a few times. I played it just recently on the last league, but we don't brush it off and say, well, it's not as bad as other games, so it's not that bad. Like, no, it's bad. It's still bad. Bad is bad, even if it's not as bad as something else. I just but I realize that also doesn't necessarily mean, I don't know, man. Like, why not just let people fucking respec? I don't know. Like, personally, I like, if you want to make it taxing later, make it taxing in the end game to do it. Don't make it taxing in the beginning of the game. I think before you enter into like the end game loop, that's when there should be the barrier, I guess, to kind of lock people into like whatever kind of build that they're gonna make, if that makes any sense. Like, allergies are like acting up. I keep like itching my nose. If I heard correctly, it's seamless transition, which leads me to believe the open world will be huge. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And they brought that up a few times already. And that's like been the one thing that they've really leaned on for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is they're like, this game, you know, seamless open world, big areas to explore. We're already seeing that you can use mounts, right? So people are running around on chocobos. People are doing all kinds of different stuff. So I think all in all, with that said, I think it's gonna be fucking massive. I think I'm the most shocked about the mini games. Like, there are so many mini games inside this game, especially like somebody brought up before, like, this looks like Yakuza. It does look like Yakuza. Like, there's so much stuff to do. What is this? What is this? Let me use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Sorry, had to feed the cat. Had to feed the cat. I'm waiting for them to finish releasing the entire 7 remake series so I can buy them and play them all in one go and get the whole experience. Man, that would be a lot of time. That's a lot of time you're talking about there, bud. There's a lot of time. I mean, hats off to you. I salute you for your hard work. I salute you for your hard work. That is crazy. Let's see here. I think I've basically talked about everything I want to talk about. Yeah, news-wise, we're kind of chilling. How did today's video do, by the way? I haven't checked it all. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. We're looking good. We're looking good. Very cool. All right. Patient gamer, Giga Chat, kind of, actually. I mean, I couldn't even imagine trying to play all three of the games back to back to back. That'd be crazy. That'd be, man. I mean, it'd be a lot of fun, though. It'd also be interesting to see, like, how much different they are between each other. Because, like, the next Final Fantasy game probably won't come out until PlayStation 6, right? Overcoming the FOMO would be hard. I mean, like, you're not missing out. I like, because, like, the game's not going to go anywhere. It's not like a live service game or anything like that. Like, obviously you want to experience it with everybody else. I guess, like, watching the videos and watching, like, I guess that would be the hard thing. You are right. You know what? The fear of missing out for me would not being able to watch content around it, like hear other people's opinions on it, what their experiences are, things like that. Like, you wouldn't be able to, well, I mean, you could still probably, like, watch people's videos and stuff on it. I mean, it's still Final Fantasy VII. So I guess it's not that restrictive, right? It's not that restrictive. Enshrouded. What time is that? Okay. I could barely do it with Elden Ring for 4 to 5 weeks. Yeah, I'm... a dude actually talked about spoilers for the new Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I said it would be spoiled by PC gamers on delay station. I mean, I don't know. Like, that's so, like, the Final Fantasy community is very, very, very opinionated about their spoilers. I'm gonna bring you guys in a little bit further here. Final Fantasy community is very opinionated when it comes to spoilers, especially Final Fantasy XIV community. They will wring your neck. They will find out where they will dox you. They will remove you from existence if they find out that you're spoiling the story for new players. I'm super careful when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV. Even when I make videos where I talk about Final Fantasy XIV, I make sure that I don't discuss anything spoiler related in Final Fantasy XIV story. And if I do, I give a spoiler warning and like a good like 30 seconds of like pause before I say anything else, because I want to make sure that I don't like kick anybody else. You know, I don't want to ruin that experience for anybody, because for me, some of the greatest narrative experience, guys, really good thing here. Really good example of how I feel about spoilers. Baldur's Gate 3. If you watch almost every single one of my videos, the only footage my videos have is Act 1. The only footage is Act 1. It's all stuff that has been around and been on the internet since, you know, over the last like 3 years or so. All stuff that technically you could have seen in early access and in early access videos and things like that. I made sure to purposefully make sure that I wasn't doing anything outside of Act 1, because that's obviously when things can start to fall off the rails. I'd, you know, maybe slide in a couple clips here and there, but nothing that was going to be any major spoiler content. And I would still get people in my comment section that would be like, spoilers. But now with that said, I try to make sure that I dodge out of spoilers as much as I can, because I realize, like, for me, certain games can elicit a really strong narrative response, really strong, like, narrative, like, you know, emotion from narratives, good narratives, right? And I wouldn't want to ruin that for anybody else, especially if I'm looking at a game like Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV has one of the best, one of the most impactful, one of the most heart-wrenching, also at times, just fantastic stories for an MMO. And I think the reason why I find that game so interesting, from a narrative perspective, or why I find it so impactful from a narrative perspective, is because the fact that it's an MMO. It's not a single player RPG, but it plays like a single player RPG with how the narrative is. PC gamers are pathetic. One, what if you die before the game comes out on PC? 2, why play a game longer than its hype 5 years from now? 3, spoilers are everywhere. I mean, I think overall we need to do a better job. Of not grouping everybody into large groups with broad strokes. You know what I mean? To say, you know, PC gamers are pathetic. Are you saying I am? Do you think I'm pathetic? Because I'm playing on a PC right now. The majority of the time that I play on, majority of the games that I play on are PC. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where, like, we need to stop grouping people into camps. This isn't a console war. We don't have, like, console wars are fake. You know, you're talking about individual people more than anything else. Like, you're gonna have some people that don't want to get spoiled on stuff and other people that don't. I think that people largely, for the most part, need to do a better job of, you know, if you don't want to see spoilers, I probably wouldn't be watching anything that has content relating to the games that you're interested in playing that you don't want to be spoiled on. Simple as that. If you're watching a stream and they start watching, or if they start playing or watching a trailer for something that you don't want to be spoiled on, fucking leave. Simple as that. Yeah, generalizing is pointless. Yeah. So it's just no, that is the reply to me after I simply said I will wait for PC release to Final Fantasy VII nothing more. Oh, okay. I get you then. Yeah. So it's one of those things where, like, I think largely just do your best not to interact with content that you think you're going to be put in a position in which you're going to have to, you know, be spoiled on things. Yeah. I mean, I largely am all about people being able to play wherever they want. That's the whole reason why I don't really like exclusivity in the first place. Bringing down the master volume because it's so fucking loud. Is it loud for you guys? It's like, it's loud for me, but I'm just hoping it's not loud for you. You know, like, the thing is that, yeah, when it comes to like console warring stuff is just, it just blows my mind. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just can't deal with it. I just can't. I generally can't. I can't wrap my mind around it. That's just it. I just can't wrap my mind around it. Also, I can't really wrap my mind around the whole exclusives conversation. And the thing is that when I say exclusives, I'm not talking about first party, by the way. I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people misunderstood me when I was talking about exclusives, is because I just said all exclusives. I just said I'm anti-exclusive. I think that's what I said. And I probably shouldn't have said it like that. I should have said third-party exclusives. I'm sick and fucking tired of having all of the exclusives, or I'm sick and tired of having third-party games paywalled by a $500 console. That's PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo, or I guess Nintendo's a little bit cheaper than that, but yeah, it's across the board. It's third-party stuff. It's stuff that I would have had access to otherwise if it wasn't for the fact that a company came in and bought the exclusive rights for that game so that it could only be played on their console or bought within their store. That stuff I don't like. That stuff I'm not a fan of. Now, when a company has and owns their own first-party companies and they're making first-party games that are exclusive to their platform, that's a completely different story. I ain't got no dog in that fight. I wouldn't ask for that. You know what I mean? Am I mad that I can't play? I mean, I would like to be able to play games like God of War or something like that day and date on PC, but I don't really have much of a dog in that fight. You know what I mean? However, games like Final Fantasy, yes, I don't like the fact that Sony walks in and pays these guys extra money to make sure it's only playable on their console, and I have to wait a year for it to release on PC. I hate that. I forgot to check my phone. I think fanboys are the problem. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Well, yeah, and the funny thing is, like, it still exists. Yeah, you're right. It exists on PC as well, right? You have people, AMD, Intel. But the thing is, like, the AMD, like, Intel war is, like, not even real. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's people that are like, but I haven't really, like, seen a whole lot of discussions around that kind of stuff. Most people don't really give a shit. Yeah, yeah. When it comes to first party stuff, I don't have a problem with that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's not what I'm talking about. This chat is always chilling. I love being able to stop when the kids are being cooperative in the evenings. Yeah. Nintendo goes to 500 when you buy a game, for real though. That's actually true. Or when you try to go back to buy a game, like, I can't believe how expensive their games are. Even now, even like isn't Pokemon's Legends Arceus still like $60 or $70? Like, they just keep their games at full price. They never change the game. They never change the price of the game. You never see that stuff go on sale. I would almost guarantee that Sword and Shield are probably the same price as they were when they released. Oh my god, Cass, you're so right. You're so right. Ironically, Square Enix is the biggest issue with spoilers in their own trailers. Final Fantasy XIV trailers are littered with it. Final Fantasy trailers in general are just horrible with it. Like, even the Final Fantasy XVI ones had tons and tons. So many, it's not even funny. On PC, I can play Nintendo Switch games on 60 or higher frame rates with emulators and mods, to be fair. And I can play PlayStation games, of course. Xbox games best, yeah. Yeah, I need a, like, I mean, I have a Switch, so I just play it on my Switch for them. I just play games on my Switch for the most part. I need to get rid of my Xbox, though. I genuinely do. I literally do not use it. I have no purpose for that thing whatsoever. Its games come out on, I bought it originally because I wanted to play, like, co-op games. But at that point, like, to be honest, like, the better, like, couch co-op games are going to be on Switch. Right? The Crisis Core Reunion trailer had the ending in it. God damn it, Square Enix. They're like, they're going to love this. Maybe this will get them hyped. Jesus Christ, Square. Why are they like this? Why do you need an Xbox if you have a good PC? Never understood that. I got it for couch co-op play so that I could, you know, if someone was over and we wanted to play games together, then yeah, we'd play on the Xbox. And you know, it was a decent deal because I was really just using it for Game Pass. And that was pretty much about it. But now at this point, I'm just kind of like done with it. Because I think I still should have access. I don't know if I do or not. I don't know if I think I should have access to my whole library of games on PC, on Xbox. I don't know, maybe. I'll have to actually check that and see if I have access to my old Xbox games on my PC. At least the games that are playable on PC, I'll have to check. But I mean, to be fair, on Xbox, the games that I've purchased over the last few years aren't going to be anything that I'm really going to want to go back and play anyway. I hate to say it, you know, even though I'm somebody that likes to be able to keep the content that I purchased. I mean, most of them are not games like maybe like Blue Dragon, I guess. I'd like to maybe play again one day. What else? Maybe the Castlevania games. But outside of that, not really a whole lot. Not really a whole lot. Yeah, but it's like games that I purchased in the past, though. Harbinger. You know what I mean? Lost Odyssey. Fuck, dude. What happened to that? What happened to Lost Odyssey? So I was thinking about starting a new series of videos. Just talking about like games that I used to love. And just like diving into like, you know, where they're at now. Because there's like some really cool franchises that we never see anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been cool to get another Lost Odyssey. It would have been cool to get another Lost Planet. Do they even make Wild Arm games anymore? Steam Big Picture on a TV is basically just a console. Playing from my couch using Bluetooth wireless PS5 controller on the TV. The only problem is that like I don't want to have to like run an HDMI cable across the room. I don't have a very effective way of doing that. That makes sense. A functional way. I think that's probably a better way to say it. I don't have a functional way to put a HDMI cable going all the way across my living room without me tripping over it, my cat fucking with it, it getting caught on a door or something like that. And plugging it and unplugging it every time I want to play it is even more like even more of a hassle. Suikoden? When was the last time a Suikoden game came out? $2006? Does that sound right? You can get a Bluetooth adapter for your TV. There's if it's not a smart TV, and hook it up to your tower and get a connection via Bluetooth monitor. I didn't know you could do that. I don't have native Bluetooth on my rig. I didn't put like a Bluetooth adapter on my computer, or a Wi-Fi adapter on my computer either, for that matter. I went bare bones with this thing. You need to plug this motherfucker into the internet to use it. Suikoden 5 and then Tactics later, yeah. Steam Link is wireless though. I don't know what that is. What is a Steam Link? Stream wirelessly from your computer to your VR game. Oh, to your TV, VR headset, or PC. All you need is a local network or internet connection in addition to the Steam Link app. So is there like a device that I need to buy for my TV to be able to use it? Is that what it is? $129. Looks like a $129 thing. What does it just connect to Wi-Fi and then you connect it to the back of your TV? Is that what it is? And then it'll just like run the game off of your computer. You just need to pair your phone to your TV. My TV is kind of old though. I bought my TV like 5 years ago, something like that. I think 5 or 6 years ago. Wi-Fi or hardwire, yeah. You could probably do it with a freaking Roku box. Really? That's crazy. I didn't know that. I'd actually have to look into that though. I didn't know you could even do that. The way technology, man. Technology does some crazy stuff. I've heard Steam Link isn't great if it's not wired. Buy the Steam Link, but the Steam Link is so old they may have to update it. They may have updated it. I don't know. A few months this week. What's Suikoden inspired game releases? I haven't seen anything about. Like, I still need to play Sea of Stars. I haven't played that either. That'll come after Dragon's Dogma, maybe, depending on, you know, whether I get like at least a little bit of a content gap in releases. That would make me a very happy camper. I would like a little bit of a gap. Not really content. I shouldn't say content gap. Just game gap. I want a gap in games where I can just... I really liked this time between Baldur's Gate 3 and like big major releases because I've been able to kind of cover a bunch of other different things and then also continue to follow up on Baldur's Gate a little bit. I still have like another Baldur's Gate video that I want to do, but it's just trying to find the right timing to get it done. Lately, I've been kind of like in the pocket with news lately. Which is kind of to my benefit as Mr. YouTuber streamer man, because I get to you know, keep relevancy, if that makes sense. It helps with growth. My God, you guys have been popping off lately. That's crazy. Popping off. I think they discontinued the steampunk device. Yeah, I think so. Newsworthy stuff, a few weeks. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that like I like talking about stuff in the moment anyway, right? For me, that's like the most fun to have. For me, that is the most fun to have. I think next week. I think maybe next week I might do like a restring stream. Cause like I need to clean my guitars need to get cleaned like bad. My guitars need to be cleaned and they need to be restringed. I'm probably not going to restring all of them because I'm not playing all of them. I really only just need to restring the acoustic and probably like my black Ibanez, one of the electrics and the acoustic. Honestly, I could probably just restring the black electric and call it a day. Because I don't really feel like playing in standard all that much. I'd rather play in drop D or B, or C, E, K. The cost of a PC that can run the best games is so cost prohibitive, it takes some savings to do it right. Yeah, I guess it kind of does, but at the same time, if you think about it, like comparatively, what would you really need? How much would you actually need? Let's see here. So let's say you want a 3080. You don't need a 40 series card. Right? You don't need a 40 series card. 3080s are going for like $500. They're kind of all over the place. The MSI Ventura 3X on Amazon. Oh, that's like a seller. I don't really know what that would be then. $800, $800, $500. That one's refurbished. So, I mean, you probably want to spend like $1,000 on a GPU. Your motherboard, you can probably save the money on. You get like a motherboard for like 100, 150. So you're like $1,100, right? A case is definitely a place where you can save a shitload of money because there's some really good case options, right? Yeah, there's also like budget laptops that you could do too. But cases, you can always save a shitload of money. I always go modular. The thing is, like, if you're going to go PC gaming, you go modular. I realize people want to try to save money and they might want to try to get a laptop because you can take it around, move it around with you and stuff like that. But having something that I can actually take apart and something that I can upgrade is way more valuable if you're making a PC. Way more valuable. Way more valuable because you're going to be able to keep it longer. You know what I mean? Just as an example, the next upgrade that I have to make for my PC will eventually be a new motherboard. Because my motherboard is old and it has to run a beta version of just to be able to even use the 5800X that I have installed on it. You know what I mean? So, you know, having easy access to being able to upgrade a computer is a really big deal. Saving on a case is pretty easy. You can get a case for under $100 and get a pretty nice sized case. You don't need anything special. I mean, I have a super nice case. I have a height. I love it. It's honestly the best computer case ever. But that's a little bit more on the high end side. I think I spent $150 on or something like that. Cooling solutions. You don't even really have to spend money on cooling solutions, right? Like, get some fans. Fans are cheap. You can get fans for like, you know, there's some of them that you can get so cheap it's not even funny. You can get ones that are like, what? You know, $15 a piece or something like that if you really wanted, that are actually pretty solid. CPU can run you anywhere from 150 to 500 or $300 or something like that. I think all in all, you probably spend at least $2,000 putting a computer together. You could spend less than that. You can cut costs on different vendors and stuff. Find things on sale. So you're definitely gonna spend more, but you're gonna enjoy it more. So it's like, and most of the time, like say for instance, like let's say this console generation right now, this is the problem that I have. You know what actually, you know what? I have a hot take. The whole conversation of consoles are a much cheaper entry point. It's better for casual gamers. Casual gamers can't afford a PC. Is actually bullshit. Because that would be operating on the... That'd be operating on the notion that people are saving money from the time they had their last console to the time that they get their next console. And they're not. They're not. The people that are buying the consoles today, well, I gotta buy the new upgrade because it's a new game and they're gonna have new games that are gonna come out that are gonna be really hard for me to play. No, that's actually not true, because they could have been saving from the time they got their last console and to the point they wanted to get their PC. And by that time, maybe if they're saving all that entire time, they would be able to buy whatever their next console is, right? Or they'd be able to buy a PC rather than buy their next console. Or actually, if that new console does come out, they don't have to go buy that thing immediately, because most games for at least the next 2 years are going to be available on both consoles. Very rarely is it only available on the new one, right? So there's another 2-year gap right there where they could be saving money. There's tons of opportunities for people to be able to buy and save up and get a PC. But the problem is that people aren't good with money. That's really what it comes down to. People aren't good with money. It has nothing to do with... It's cheap short-term cost. Yep, exactly. That's what it is. It's cheap in the short term. But it doesn't have anything to do... Like, now that I realize that, I'm actually really mad about a couple conversations that I've had recently debating people about consoles. And I literally could have said that, and that would have solved the entire conversation, because it doesn't make any sense otherwise. Well, they want to play couch play. Well, you can play couch play even if you do have a PC. There's no fucking excuse for it. The only problem is that people are just bad with money. They don't want to save up, and they don't want to plan ahead. And it's simple as that. Outside of that, you also have people that want to be able to play games in a certain ecosystem, and I understand that as well, right? But that ecosystem is just there because there's exclusive titles that they want to be able to play. And that's it. So it's bullshit when people want to say that, oh, well, it's because it's the most affordable option. Because you're basically saying, like, whoever's buying a console is their first time ever buying a console. And I guarantee that's not where these people are entering. They're coming from another console to the console that they're getting. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I pay for my computers while working in the service industry, non-tipped wages. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can be good with money and you can literally just kind of give yourself some time. And the other thing is too, is that like, I don't know, there's a lot of people in like the console sphere that like villainize PC for some reason. It's still like PC gaming for some odd reason still has that weird nerd stigmatism like gamers used to have, 10, 15 years ago. It's so stupid. So dumb. We're playing the exact same games. We're just playing them better. And I'm on Discord. And I'm searching the web. And I'm listening to music. And I'm watching YouTube. And I'm recording videos. And I'm doing all these other things. Who's the successful one now? I'm multitasking, bitch. Console gaming is the simplest way to play games. Doesn't mean it's better. No. And and the thing is that I think a lot of people just comes down to the simplicity. It's more or less convenience than it is anything else for people. PC better for ADHD, confirmed. It's actually really true. I pay way more attention to games than I ever have before. The minute I got a PC, it was GG. A lot of console players actually just afraid of computers because they never actually owned one, and now everyone uses smartphones. No, I don't believe that either. That's the other thing too. That's the other thing. This is, oh my god, dude. There's so much fake news. It's fake news. How many gamers play on PC versus console? What does that say? There are approximately 489 million more PC gamers compared to consoles. Globally speaking, there are 1.8 billion PC players, about 151 PlayStation players, and over 63 million Xbox players. And this is a survey that was taken, or 87 million Nintendo players. This is a survey that was taken back on July of 2023. Obviously, those numbers have increased, but there's no fucking way that they're getting close to that PC number, baby. They ain't getting close to that PC number, I'm gonna tell you that right now. This ain't no PC master race kind of thing. It's that almost every single household has a fucking computer. And even the most low-end computers can still play games. And casual gamers, the casual gamers people like to point to, are people that are just playing, like, I don't know, like, just games that people would probably normally play on their phones, but they're playing it on their computer. They're playing solitaire and shit like that. Look at some of the most downloaded games that are on Steam. A lot of those games end up being more casual games. I realize, like, you have high concurrent player numbers, but we're talking about games that are not based off of concurrent player numbers. It's just people that are playing games. Yeah, laptops. Who doesn't have a laptop? You know what I mean? I think that's the thing. Like, oh, it's because they've never, like, I've seen that before. And that wasn't me, like, batting down what you were saying, by the way. It's just like the idea that, like, because I hear that from people. They're like, oh, well, you know, people are just because they haven't owned a PC before. And I'm like, bullshit. Everybody owns a fucking computer. That's the reason why PC gaming is so much bigger than consoles are, is because there's so many people that have more access to games because they own a computer. And that doesn't mean that they're playing, you know, they're not playing Baldur's Gate 3 because they can't run it on their machine. They're playing other games. Sims, Stardew Valley, Terraria, Minecraft, stuff like that. There's tons of games that have, you know, that don't require a whole lot of processing power or even require a dedicated GPU to play. And those games are being played by people. So you can play Hades without a dedicated GPU. PC is getting more and more mainstreamed. Yes, for sure. 100%. Yes, it's very mainstream. It's the most, and the crazy thing is that a lot of console folks, especially, it's mostly just the people that are in, like, the you know, the console warring stuff, right? They think that the industry revolves around them. Even my buddy, when I was talking to him, he's like, oh, well, you know, developers for these AAA games are making them for PC, or making them for console first. Even with the idea, thinking that these games are selling better on console than they are on PC. And that's not true. That's not true. If it is a multi-platform release and it is a major AAA title, I guarantee you it's selling better on PC than it is anywhere else. Anywhere else. Trying to find this real quick. There's a really good article that we could use as a case study for this. See, the problem is that so many of these companies, so I guess I can't really use this as a really good example, but it does illustrate something. So God of War, 2018 God of War, right? It released on PC 3 years after its release, right? It was already been out for 3 years. So it was 2021 the game came out on PC. That means that most people had played the game already, and they played it over on PlayStation 5 because that's where it came out. And that's where it's stuck for 3 years. Many PC gamers also own a console, not because they want to play on PS5, but because those games are exclusive to that platform, and that's the only choice that they have to play if they want to play those games. So with that said, 3 million copies sold on PC within the first few weeks of God of War 2018 releasing on Steam. 3 million copies that quickly after a game had been out for that long. That's a long fucking time for a game to be out. And most of those people probably played it on PlayStation 5, but would have played it on PC if they had the opportunity to. And that's what Sony banks on, because they're trying to make sure that you're staying in the PlayStation ecosystem, right? But that number would be completely different if that game was released on both console, or if it was released on both PC and on PlayStation at the same time. We could use an even better example and point to Palworld with 12 million players on Steam choosing to purchase the game versus 7 million players on Xbox using Game Pass. That's a much better way for me to actually illustrate that. I should have used that from the get-go instead. The problem is like the 3-year gap between when God of War came out and when God of War came onto Steam is it's too big of a gap for me to for us to even like really accurately use that as an example. And it's also a console exclusive, right? So that doesn't really work. It would be better if I used something that was actually it would be better if I actually used something that was released on both, and that you could see day one which one took the biggest market share. And I would guarantee that even the biggest AAA titles, how many copies of Elden Ring sold on PC? See, the problem is I can't pull those fucking figures out. And using concurrent player numbers isn't going to be an accurate representation either, because that just shows how many people are playing the game at once. So that doesn't even really illustrate it either. Especially because you look at let's look at an example like Palworld. Palworld came out. It had 2 million concurrent players at one point, but it had 12 million people buy it on Steam. That's not even fucking close to what the concurrent number was. 2 million concurrent, 12 million actually purchased. So you can't use concurrent player numbers to give a proper representation of exactly what these games are doing in sales. The problem is we don't really get exact sales figures when it comes to those kind of things, right? Valheim released on PC and then Game Pass picked it up. Yeah, but we don't really have any accurate numbers on that kind of thing either. You know what I mean? And it's not even the Game Pass conversation. Like, I would like to know, like, basically a question, not a question, but a statement that was levied towards me was that the people believe that AAA games are made for console because they sell more on console than they do on PC. Major releases sell more on console than they do on PC. But with such an overwhelmingly larger number of players playing on PC, I can't see that being the truth. I think Palworld is a good illustration of that, because 12 million players on PC, 7 million players on Xbox. One is buying the game at $30. The other one is using a subscription service for $14 less. I wanted to upgrade new gen until Starfield. Safe to say I regret my purchase. I'm going to build a PC. Good job, Larry. Good job, Larry. Stick to your guns, build that PC, and be a fucking happy camper once it's done. I'll tell you right now, it's the best decision I ever made when it comes to video games. Best decision I ever made when it comes to video games. Never go back. I would never go back. Not in a million years. Thanks for streaming, Mr. Legend. Have a great day, chat. Hey, sub, thank you. You have a fantastic day. You have a fantastic day. Tell Larry don't buy Bethesda anymore. It's not worth it. I'm pretty sure they know already. Pretty sure they know already. Can we even mod console games? Not without direct developer intervention to give you the ability to do so in the first place. So they have to make mods available to you. Like how, oh, I don't know. Like how Bethesda charged for it. Larian with Divinity Original Sin 2 made the definitive edition, which I believe was just a free upgrade if you already had the game, if you already owned it, which was really nice. But for anybody then after that would automatically get the definitive edition, and that actually had a gift bag that had a bunch of mods. And that's how you would use mods. Well, here's the thing. Like, even with my, like, I have a 3080 and a 5800X. I don't even think the next generation of gaming consoles will be better than the PC that I have. Personally, I don't think so. Liar, you do on occasion play your PlayStation, and you will be doing so this month. What do you mean? Of course, well, yeah, I know I play by PlayStation. I'm not saying that it's not that I don't want to, though. I would rather be playing the game on my PC. I would much rather be playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on my PC. 100 times over. What current gen is AM4 and RDNA 2? Yeah, but the problem is that like the processing power in Juice that's in an Xbox Series X doesn't even come close to my 3080. It's not even my 3080, it's the whole rig. It's the memory, it's the fact that my memory is separate. It's so completely different. AM4 is last gen. Yeah. $5,800 5800X is AM4 or AM5. Pretty sure, right? Either way, the thing, like, not like we can put the name. Here's the thing: we can put the name or the like the designations of AM, AM4, AM5, RDNA, all that stuff. That's fine. That's great. That's awesome. I can do 165 frames per second on every single game that Xbox can't. It doesn't matter what technology they tell you is in it. It doesn't matter. I can do 165 and Xbox can't. PlayStation can't. They lock you to 60 frames. Like there's like no debate. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter whether it's AM4 or RDNA. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter whatever technology they tell you is in the machine. It doesn't really matter to me because at the end of the day, I can run my games in higher quality with better refresh rates than Xbox can even get close to or PlayStation can get close to, and definitely better than a Nintendo Switch. I mean, I'm running a 1060 Super on my PC. It's still old. Yeah, and see, that's the other thing, too. Is that, like, you have people that are using, like, fucking over 10-year-old graphics cards, and they're still able to pull on current-gen games and do just fine. Yeah, they're not running it at, 60 frames and, 2K. But they're doing 1080 and getting 60, I would imagine. Maybe 60 with some fluctuation. I really wish more websites had night mode or had dark mode. Yeah, 5800X is AM4. But AM4 is last gen, right? Because like what's the current CPUs? Or CPUs, yeah. Or has there not been a refresh yet? I don't really pay attention to that shit, to be honest. I just wait to the point where all of a sudden AM5 or AMD. AM5 for AMD. Yeah, I just wait to the point until my computer starts to like chug, and then I'm like, okay, let's see where the problem is. Let's see if we can figure this thing out. I wonder, actually, you know what? One area I could upgrade my PC if I wanted to would actually be getting faster memory, because right now I'm still using where is it at? I'm only getting 2133 megahertz out of my memory. And with a 5800, I feel like I could probably use faster memory than that, right? Yeah, I have DDR4, not DDR5. And also, for some odd reason, at the same time, like, I don't know why, but even when I go into my BIOS and I try to set it so that it will actually clock over 2100, it still doesn't do it. Like, I've tried to train it higher, and it'll work for a little while, and then eventually it just stops working and it just goes back to 2133. And I'm not really too sure why it does that. It's likely probably because it's the combination of using a CPU and beta, but it is what it is. RAM is so cheap, it's worth the upgrade. Yeah, it can be. Maybe more voltage? I don't think so. I literally just last year, I think, bought a new power, or a new, when I got my 3080, a year or two ago, I bought a new power, unit, and it's fucking chunky. It's big. It's a lot of juice. It's more juice than I need, for sure. I'm not trying to upgrade anything soon. Don't worry about it, Ultima. It's not gonna happen. I'm poor right now. I'm poor until I can get this YouTube thing off the ground. It's gonna take a little while for me to be able to do that. So I gotta like remain committed to it and not spend any money needlessly. I've literally got myself down to a budget now where it is quite literally like bills, food, nothing else. Bills, food, working on YouTube. That's all I do. I write, I stream, I talk, I record. Refresh. This is my first chance, my first time ever trying to technically start my own business, and I'm going all in on it. I've gone like goblin mode over the last few weeks. But your views are good on YouTube. People have a very distorted view on what they think people make on YouTube. Very distorted view. It takes a long time before you can get yourself to the point where you're actually making like a livable wage. And you also have to diversify your content as well, right? Because YouTube can also like fluctuate a lot. January rates too. That's the other thing as well. So the other thing is that a lot of people don't really realize this, but YouTube ad rates fluctuate a ton. YouTube on its own doesn't make a shitload of money. It can if you're fucking huge. If you're somebody that can pull, 250, I don't know, like 250 to 500,000 views per video, every video that you put out, then yeah, you're probably living pretty decent. You're not rich, but you're making good money. You're where I'm at. No, you're getting by. You're getting by. And plus, on top of that, the other thing is that at the same time, you also have like the whole like, I don't know, like taxes and stuff like that are higher as well. It's weird how it all works. Do you suspect more subs after Asmongold watching your videos? I mean, Asmongold's been watching me since I started. While that does help, all of my biggest videos are the videos that he hasn't watched. So it's mostly, it's like I do get some help from him, and the exposure helps, but at the end of the day, it's up to me to make good content, right? If the content's no good, it doesn't matter who watches you, because nobody is. Simple as that. By the time you're making a living, you're on the verge of massive success. Maybe. You might be right. Maybe. I also feel like there's a lot of situations where people don't really realize, like, when the lights actually get turned on. You know what I mean? When things really start rolling. Is it mostly the doors it opens having a following does rather than YouTube itself? I don't know. Oh, was just interested whether you get... Yeah, if you want a... I mean, I can... Like, I'm relatively transparent when it comes to YouTube stuff. If Asmongold watches a video, I mean, I'll get like 100 subscribers. There might be more that come after. Like, some people will go, like, click on the original video and they'll go and subscribe afterward, but that's not what... Typically, that's not what you're looking for. You can use it to grow the likes of Patreon. Yeah, Patreon's really big. Patreon's really big. Like, that's the whole reason why every single video I try to make sure that I, like, post a link and mention the Patreon, because YouTube and Twitch take a large portion of money. And there are people that are out there that genuinely want to support the content that I make. They want me to continue to make videos. They want to, they want the, yeah, as simple as that. They either like me or they like the content, and either way, they want to support it, which is awesome. And I highly suggest for the people that want to do that, the Patreon's definitely the way to do it, because at least then you're not losing a major cut to YouTube or Twitch. And for the most part, people don't even want to support YouTube or Twitch to begin with in the first place, right? Most people would rather the money go to the creator, not have, you know, 30 or 40% of it go to Amazon or Google, right? But at the same time, I also love that people, you know, want to support the channel and stuff by any means necessary, whether that's like subbing on Twitch or membering on YouTube or super chatting and all that kind of stuff. Patreon keeps 5% of every transaction. Very minimal. Very, very minimal. Yeah. It's literally them just taking like a transaction fee. That's all it is. They just serve as a mediator. They just serve as a mediator to basically, it's like the same thing, like you're just trying to like transfer money to somebody. It's like a donation more than it is anything else, but it's a donation you can subscribe to. Yeah. Patreon's just the better way to go for creators in general. But it's really like, I love talking about YouTube shit. How do I say this? So it's really difficult to get people to cross over between platforms. Okay. So say going from like YouTube to Twitch, that's really hard to do. That's super hard to do because people don't want to leave the website that they're on. If I'm watching a video right now, I don't want to go to another website, you know, like even people would want to watch, maybe they even watch Twitch, but they're not going to think about it. And chances are they're not going to remember to go to like follow me on there, even if like they're not going to remember to click the link, et cetera, et cetera. It's already difficult to get people to go from one website to another to interact with you. It's even more difficult to get people to go from one website to another, specifically just to give you money. So that's why like Patreon, like though it is way better, it's also way more difficult to get a Patreon off the ground. But it's to be honest, for me specifically, I'm not even worried about people giving me fucking money. I don't like, I super appreciate it, and it actually genuinely helps me and pays the bills and all that kind of stuff. I love it. You know what I mean? Like obviously I appreciate it. But like largely my focus isn't on how I can make money off of people. It's how I can make better content and get better at making content, make it faster, make it bigger, make it better. That's really the only thing that I care about, because everything else kind of follows along with that. What do you think is the most hours you've put into an individual game is? Over 1,000 hours in Terraria. Over 1,000 hours in Terraria. Big Daddy likes him some Terraria. Which I think that they recently did another update to Calamity. And I'm gonna need to peep that. We will hit a time where I will go to Terraria streams. When did you last play it? Probably a week or so ago. The funny thing is, I'll go play Terraria even if I don't have like anything, like there's like even if I'm not even gonna play it. If I'm just like sitting around, I'm like, man, what am I gonna play? And I'm like looking at my games library and I just can't pick anything. I just pick Terraria and I just start building something. You know what I mean? I just start building. Whatever. Start building some houses, digging a hole. You're part of the 1K hour Terraria Club too. It's one of the greatest games ever made. It's one of the greatest games ever made. Period. That game did so well and made so much money that the developers of the game can literally just sit around, hanging out, having a good time, playing Terraria, and making like minor updates to the game while they work on side projects. And it's been this long. It's been over 10 years since their last game. Right? I think so, at least. Yeah. They made Terraria. That's all they did. They made Terraria. They have a bare bones. I love it because they're actually they're from fucking Floyd Knobs, Indiana. A fucking developer from Indiana. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. That's how I'm with the 7 Days to Die. Dude, the music in Terraria fucking claps. Are you kidding me? On top of that, also Calamity mod. Like the modding community for Terraria literally is just as good as the actual game's developers itself. Actually, I think many of the modders even work for them now. Yeah, I mean, for me specifically, I think I would probably say it's the best game ever. I probably would. It's an incredible solo experience. It's an incredible multiplayer experience. I played it, like, I've talked about it on streams in the past, but I played Terraria blind, 100% blind. I didn't know anything about the game when I got it. I didn't even watch any trailers. It was just a buddy of mine that was like, I was like, man, I'm bored. I don't know what to play. Has ever played Terraria? I'm like, no. And he's like, just play it. I'm like, okay, fine. I was still like a new PC gamer at the time, and I'd never heard of it before, and I was like, okay, sure. I had one good run of Terraria back when it was new. It slapped. but I was hooked on Minecraft or OSRS. Yeah, I really like Minecraft too. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I fucking dig me some Minecraft. I can go hard on some Minecraft. I can go real hard on some Minecraft. I'm just waiting for Minecraft to get like maybe a couple more content updates before I go back to it again. I haven't been to it since they did like the whatever that like fucking, I saw they did like a actual like underground biome or something like that. Some new blocks. It's great multiplayer as long as your friends don't mind with Diamond Dynamite. I do. Yeah. I remember mining with Dynamite and I drained the fucking ocean. Whole right side of the map ocean gone. Right into the lava lakes. I was not happy about that because then afterwards we couldn't find the fisherman. Rest in peace. The Caves and Cliffs update. Yeah, I think it was the Caves and Cliffs update. Yeah. Yeah, I love Minecraft. I think Minecraft's a fantastic game. Subtopia, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Look at that, you're following me everywhere. Good for you. Last time I played Minecraft when they added horses, and that's a long time ago. I don't even remember that. I didn't start playing Minecraft. I didn't start playing Minecraft until like a few years back, probably like 2020, 2019. That was the first time I played it, and I was in it. It's so funny. My first time playing Minecraft, I played on a server with a bunch of these like Call of Duty bros, like these guys that I met during lockdown. That all we ever did was just play Warzone right when it first came out, and then obviously like Warzone, like we started playing other games together. So we started playing Minecraft, and these dudes, I don't know anything about the game, but all these guys like grew up on Minecraft, so they know it like the back of their hand, right? So they're doing all this stuff. They're like enchanting weapons. I don't know about any of that kind of shit. I don't know anything about any of that. Me, you know what I did? I spent 2 weeks hollowing out an entire mountain so that I could try to build a village inside the mountain. And then they're like, all right, man, we're going to kill the Ender Dragon. And I'm like, what's that? And they're like, bro, what's wrong with your gear? Like, why are you still using like I think I had like a metal pickaxe, but no enchantments or anything like that. I didn't realize that you could actually like enchant specific things on items yet, or how to even do that, or even the function of books. So all I was ever doing was just randomly enchanting things, and I didn't understand how enchanting worked. I also didn't know how to find diamonds, so I never had any diamonds. Like, they just find me, an absolute busted ass, with his own mountain that's hollowed out on the inside, that, you know, built a village on the inside of it. And they're like, bro, what even, you don't even have villagers over here. And I'm like, you can get villagers? They just considered you an NPC that dug holes? Yeah, it's exactly what I was to them. They're like, we're going to kill the Ender Dragon. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. And they're like, oh, you know, follow me. It probably wasn't even like, and then we went into the then I went into the Nether for the first time, and I'm like, what the fuck? What is that? The mines, they called me. I got the black lung pop. Yeah. I can lose, like, what is it with these with games like that? Like, I can lose hours just digging. What are you doing? I've been digging. Just one more diamond. Little did they know they were all the NPCs for as everyone else is following the meta. Yeah, it's also kind of true. It was like, it's kind of weird though, because like they go and they beat it, right? They beat the Ender Dragon, and then it's like now everybody like has Elytra, and they're all building like building massive castles and complex like red dust, you know, shit. I don't really understand it. I was like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing. Like, it's a sick looking pyramid though. Now I am a Minecraft veteran. Now I'm a Minecraft veteran. I've been playing Minecraft since my PS3, and I still have yet to beat the Ender Dragon myself. God damn. It'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like that sometimes. I never finish games to begin with. I'm one of those people that never does. Sometimes, like, I don't know. For me, I think it actually kind of comes down to, like, not wanting to finish a game because I don't want the fun to be over. And part of me wants to, like, get bored of the game before I finish it, so then I have a reason to come back to play it again in the future. If that makes sense. Be playing Helldiver 2 or Skull and Bones for review. I might be skipping them. I'm not seeing a lot of good things about both right now. At least like stability on PC. I haven't seen anything. How's Helldiver 2 looking review wise? I wait a couple days before games come out just because I want to make sure that I'm, you know, making conscious purchasing decisions. You know what I mean? I'm what you would call a responsible gamer. Oh, there's not even any reviews out for it. Oh, nobody got review copies. That's why. Oh. Yeah, it's Steam is shitting on Helldivers right now. Skull and Bones just isn't my kind of game, to be honest. Just not my kind of ride. I'm waiting for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in a couple weeks. Outside of that, we got Enshrouded. I can still finish Pal World. And I don't know, I'll probably find something else to mix it up until then if I need. I've been playing Dungeonborn with my buddies online. A few of my buddies have been hitting me up to play that. That's been a lot of fun to play. It's dark and darker. I'm gonna switch my lighting up here. Hold on. Oh wow, that's way dark. That's not what I want. Why you do that? There we go. Now we switch to vibe lighting. Vibe lights. Are you gonna try out Last Epoch? 1.0 is on the 21st. I've played a lot of Last Epoch. I've played a lot of Last Epoch. I've been an early access member since it went into early access. So I know what to expect. I am very much looking forward to the game's full release though. So yeah, I will be playing it once it releases. That's actually probably a really good point. Actually, do you know what? Fucking Kane. Do you know what, Kane? Thank you. Now I realize what I get to stream when I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth by myself. I'll play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth by myself. I'll play Last Epoch on stream. I think that'll work out just fine. I think that'll work out just fine. Yeah. Ashlands drops for Valheim too. That's way too much, man. You're trying to put too much on my plate. You need to chill. You guys need to chill, okay? You guys are always trying to make me play a bunch of shit. It's too much shit, okay? Tony Hawk with guns. We're giving everything guns nowadays. What do you think about the future of gaming as a whole? That's rather philosophical, isn't it? That's rather philosophical. All right. I mean, what do I think about the state of gaming, the future of gaming as a whole? I think that gaming's fine. I think that there are people that are relatively grim about it because they see a lot of the layoffs and things like that. And, you know, that makes them kind of worried about what's going on. There's so many different factors that are at play in the gaming industry right now, whether that's AI, whether that's the layoffs, whether that's market shifting towards, you know, smaller, more bite-sized games. I think that the appeal of large AAA, you know, large AAA super long games, like the appeal of that is starting to fade a little bit. I feel like indie AAA or indie and AA are the ones that are kind of becoming a little bit more important to consumers. Many people have been really digging a lot of indie games lately. They tend to be like some of the games that I hear more people talk about more than anything else. Unicorn Overlord in March. I saw that one too. That actually looks really good. So when I hear a lot of people that are kind of like, I don't know, there's a lot of people that are kind of doomers about it, right? They're doomers about gaming and the state of AAA games, games as a service, games, bad games. But to be honest with you, I just think that the market breathes in and breathes out. You're going to see one fall and one rise, and then one fall and one rise, and that's just how things go. I think that the Kings have been on top for a long time. I think that, you know, many of the larger companies, AAA companies, have been kind of running the gambit for a really long time. However, I think that their reign, for the most part, with some of these companies, is starting to come to an end, and they're going to reach a point where, you know, I know one of my buddies is really worried about like the future of like where game pricing is going to be, you know, especially like if Xbox ever exits like the console market, thinking that Sony's just going to go wild with game prices, and that Sony's going to be like, games are now $120 because we don't have to compete with Xbox anymore. But obviously that's not very realistic. I think that, you know, if the games industry continues to keep if the games industry keeps trying to push more and more for more money and more money, eventually what will happen is they're just going to price themselves out of customers, and those customers are instead going to turn to more affordable options. Those affordable options are likely going to be higher quality products like higher quality products in general, just because of the fact that, like, let's think about it. What games have I enjoyed most? Most of the games I've enjoyed most over the last few years have actually just been more indie titles. Not to say that, you know, I haven't enjoyed some really high quality releases over the last couple of years. Elden Ring was absolutely fantastic. Baldur's Gate 3 is absolutely fantastic, but those are companies that are independent. Independent studios. It's not indie, but they are independent, right? And those that are independent tend to be the ones that are succeeding the most, and also making the better game experiences overall. Maybe not to mass market appeal, but at least to some. What is the difference between indie A and AA? It's how much they spend. It's how much they spend, how many employees they have, and how much they spend on marketing. Yeah, that's basically the best way to say it. It's how much they actually spend on making games. All right, let's play a little bit Enshrouded. We've been talking for 4.5 hours. Jesus. I could probably learn to shut the hell up every once in a while, huh? To be honest, I very much like dig streams like this where I'm literally just sitting here talking. I'll be honest with you. 1 second. That was funny. There was literally like, oh man. There was literally like an errant beard hair, mustache hair that was pointed up, and it was like just slightly tickling my nose. That's what was actually making my nose itch so much. I was like sitting here, I'm like, why the fuck do I keep itching my nose? This is driving me crazy. Man, am I the only one that's super disappointed and doomer feeling about Avowed after watching their trailers? I don't know. I actually have a lot more faith than most people do probably in Obsidian. But at the same time, I didn't really like Outer Worlds, so who knows? Grow your nose hairs and comb them into your mustache? That sounds problematic. How far in are you? I don't know, actually. Not very. I'm only level 4, so probably not very far at all. I don't even remember what I was doing, to be honest. I'm playing Enshrouded right now. We're playing together. It's like we're playing together. Does it feel like we're playing together? It should feel like we're playing together. Oh! Am I dead? Oh, no, it's loading. I think it's a good thing that Xbox is abandoning exclusivity. I want the industry practice to just disappear already, to be honest. I don't consider exclusives competition since it's sole access to product. Yeah. The people that want to argue exclusivity outside of first party, I think first party you can argue exclusivity for first party, right? If Xbox makes their own game, it's their own game, right? Third party exclusivity is quite literally just gatekeeping people from video games, and I fucking can't stand it. my poor house. My poor house is so stupid looking. What do I need to do? Shelter warmth. Oh, to get my rusted buff. That's right. I need to find the hunter. Find the hunter. World map. Donde es the hunter? Is that this guy over here? That's the hunter. Okay. Set waypoint. Where there's fire, there's hope. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Wait. Oh, it's B for bag. Okay. We got food and stuff. We're good to go. We can just kind of run. That's right. We got this. I was so upset when they said that they were leaving when with Bethesda was leaving PlayStation behind. Yeah, well, it looks like they're not now. Oh, that's right. Alt. I got some water. Hi ho, Silver. Away. It's off in that direction. Okay. What's in the bush? Purple berries. We ain't even eating red berries. We eating purple berries now. Yeah, like Mario games won't be on Sony hardware. That's insane. Yeah. And that's like the weird conversation. Like people get like super fucking sensitive when it comes to like talking about exclusives. Like first party exclusives are one thing, but third party exclusives are a completely different thing. Like not being able to play Demon Souls, not being able to play Bloodborne, not being able to play God of War until they finally want to release it on PC. You know, that kind of, or I guess God of War is a different story. Sorry, not God of War, but you know, not being able to play games that are coming from a third-party company that's not owned by, you know, But then the problem, then instead of trying to make sure that they are just hiring people and developing their own studios from within, they choose to buy studios and gatekeep us from games. That I also don't like. I am not a fan of consolidating the industry. I know that there's a lot of people that are fans of Blizzard that want Blizzard to be better, and they thought that Xbox buying Blizzard would be the best way for Blizzard to get better, but no, that doesn't do the industry any fucking good, and it sure as the fuck ain't gonna do Blizzard any good either. Like, I mean, you probably say it's a hot take, maybe. I'm sure there's people who are probably gonna fully disagree with that. I mean, it is what it is, but yeah. I don't think I'll be able to reach this. We're gaming. Blizzard laid off like 40% of the Toys for Bob. Yeah, which is super sad too. But I largely think that also has to do with the fact that like many of these studios just don't know what fucking games they want to make anymore. They don't know. I think they look at like some of the properties they have and they just don't think those games are going to reach like, you know, modern or not modern audiences, but like current generation of gamers. If that makes any sense. Did they? Oh, so they just shut down Toys for Bob. Well, we kind of knew that was coming, right? They already like locked them down, right? You know what the funny thing is that like a Spyro game would probably fucking do well. A Spyro game would probably do great. Xbox needs to have its own Ratchet and Clank. Fucking asshole world. That was really shitty of them to do that to me, by the way. That's not a hot take, it's simple logic. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the problem is that people get so fucking sensitive about it. You know, the Xbox players love it because they think it's going to be like, they think it's going to bring back the old days of playing Halo 2, and it's not. You know, by purchasing these companies, they're going to have access to better games than they ever had before. And guess who's not going to have access to those games? Ponies. Ponies won't have access to it, so isn't that fantastic? It's just like, and the funny thing is that like acquisitions that Xbox makes doesn't really affect me as a PC gamer. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't affect me in the slightest, but I still care about it because I'd rather it not happen, because I think it's better for us to be able to, you know, not live in a world where all this stuff is getting cut off from other people. Though I'd imagine it's actually kind of, I mean, Xbox is relatively transparent with what they were doing, especially when they say that they're going to buy Call of Duty and that Call of Duty isn't going to go exclusive. What does that mean? That means that Xbox has in mind, you know, Xbox is preparing to not be exclusive. I think, I'm surprised people didn't read the tea leaves on that one. Wand and shield is good, sir. What do you have? Another Banjo and Kazooie would be neat. Actually, I would, yeah. What, do you have a problem with me using my fucking sick ass two-handed axe? It's okay that you're jealous. I would be too. I would be too. How could Xbox have their own Ratchet and Clank when they're creatively bankrupt for so many years? Yeah, and you know what the problem is? That's a self-inflicted wound by Microsoft by not cultivating cultivating creativity from within. And instead seeking to buy companies out instead, buy studios out so that they can get access to IPs. Because they themselves haven't been able to create anything, you know. They themselves have not been able to create anything in-house for years. anything else original or new. The fuck? Are these Ewoks? Shit. Oh, fuck. Whoa. Why you guys gotta like gang up on me like this? I didn't bring a wand. A wand would be really nice right now. One down. I miss Halo 3 and Reach. Fucking ODST was a fucking banger too. The moment Master Chief started talking about his feelings, I fell off hard. Yeah, no shit. You know, they probably would have been better just to not have it be about Master Chief after a while and just went and go in a different direction entirely for a bit. You know what I mean? Like, I feel it very much, like, it's indicative of, like the same thing as if we look at, you know, like, people are getting kind of exhausted with, like, superhero shit, right? Like, Marvel fatigue, superhero fatigue. I think that, like, that same thing is kind of true when it comes to, like, certain video game characters and plots. You know what I mean? I think God of War has actually done it super tastefully. I mean, to be honest, like the current God of War is probably the best iteration of God of War. The original 3 God of Wars, while they were fun games, like the new God of War is nice. It's actually good. Like the story is pretty compelling. The characters are pretty cool. That's how I feel, at least. I think I'm going to change how I do my camera now. I kind of want to do skinny camera. Skinny camera, long camera. Can I do long? Can I do long boy? No, I can't do long boy. I guess I'd have to do it a different way, or like turn the camera a different direction or something like that. Whatever, this is fine. Cringe fatigue. Well, you get what I'm saying though. Like, I think that, like, well, obviously it's not even like superhero fatigue or anything. Fatigue. I keep saying fatigue. It's not even like a superhero fatigue as more as it is. I still said it again. It's just that like the content's gotten bad, and the problem is that it's like you can only have like so many fucking existential threats and something. That's like you know, Final Fantasy 14 is switching up their story. They're trying to do something a little bit more low stakes. Because, yeah, you can only have so many existential threats that are coming to destroy the world and destroy your universe and kill everybody you love before you start getting tired of it and you want something different, right? How the fuck do I get up there? Oh, this is like a little sneak. This is like a sneaky point, or I mean, when you're talking about like politics and media and stuff like that, or like politics and like your movies and shit, like I totally get that. I 100% do. I feel like that probably does have a little bit to do with it. I think, you know, the funny thing is, you know, a lot of people want to make it out to be, you know, whether it's like woke ideologies in Hollywood and et cetera, blah, 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 right? Blah, 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 blah. But, to be honest, You know what it really is? It's really that people just keep injecting politics into our entertainment. And we're trying to watch fucking entertainment, not be politicized. You know what I mean? Like, that's really what it comes down to. Yeah, it has nothing to do. It's just unwelcome politics. It's all it is. Like, I don't want politics at all, right or left, in my media or in my entertainment. Because you know what it does? It removes my immersion. It makes it less enjoyable. Simple as that. It has nothing to do with anything else. It has nothing to do with where I sit or where I stand or on you know, any political fence line or anything like that. It literally just come fucking say something, motherfucker. Come on. Oh, fuck, you got stunned, son. Politics are okay, just not. Yeah, I don't want real world politics. That's not what I want. What I want is I want fake world ones, right? I want to decide whether or not I believe it's right for me to side with the goblins or sacrifice them. Save a small village or make them my slaves. What's over here? Come on. Unfair. Unfair. I don't attack both of you at once. Oh, that hurt. I am so fucking gangster. Unless it's Hearts of Iron 4 or Europa or Valis. Yeah, I think stuff like that is cool. Some fucking space politics or something like that. That show would be sick. And I'm not sure if I agree with, depending on the context. It's the very context for you, no? Like New Vegas. Yeah, no, like, yeah, it's the context of it. Like, it's quite literally, like you can have politics in games. I'm just talking about, like, today's politics. Like, identity politics, real world politics, stuff like that. It's just like I don't want that shit right now. I don't know how to say it better than that. Like, I just want to play a fucking video game. Fucking goblin shaman. That's why you see, like, for the most part, like, while I'm streaming, like, if people try to bring up anything like political, or if people try to bring up like anything relating to, like, identity politics or anything like that, like, I actually will just full on ignore that shit. I put a rule in my Discord about it saying no, it's not allowed here. Like, I just don't want to have anything to do with it. For the people that want to interact with that kind of stuff, interact with that stuff on your own. I am not here for it. I'm here to talk about fucking video games. The video game market and shit like that. I'm just not... maybe I'll get there one day where it's something that I want to talk about with other people, but I don't know, man. I think that like once you get into talking about politics, especially in like social media and whatnot like that, especially with how divisive it is in the US, what ends up happening is that like you're basically at that point going to like hard lean into you picking a specific audience and saying this is the audience that I want, if that makes any sense. I would much rather cultivate a group of people that have no fucking clue what everybody else's opinions on things are. Like a bunch of people that have no idea that they all disagree on like 90% of things outside of the video games that they like. I really like that idea. I think that's awesome. You know what I mean? I think that's sick. Because then you have a bunch of people that, I mean, sadly, at one point, maybe, hopefully they realize and they go, wait a minute, hold on. I've been friends with you this whole time only to find out that you don't believe the same things that I believe, but we also like and talk to each other and have been friends this entire time. It's like it's like a mask off moment. You know what I mean? 'Cause that kind of stuff will pop up eventually anyway. Though I'd imagine, like, I've had people like ask me like what my actual like political opinions on stuff are, which I'll be honest, I just don't have any. I mean, I do, but mine's not from like a lawful standpoint, if that makes any sense. It's just a moral. I just have like, you know, I operate by moral systems more than anything else. I'm a very live and let live kind of person. Just don't try to fuck with me and my shit. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I do like dig the vibe of this game. I very much dig the vibe of this game. Yeah, I wasn't trying to debate that. Just trying to see if, for me, it's kind of context sensitive. Yeah. Hey, just picked up Enshrouded and saw you were playing it. Any first time tips? Fuck, I don't know, dude. I got probably just as many hours as you do. First time tips. You don't really even need to. What is something that I've learned? Save metal scrap. Save metal scrap. Metal scrap is incredibly useful. And you want to make sure that you're holding on to it as much as you possibly can. Also, keep in mind that you have 3 buffs active at all times. It's kind of like Valheim, so you can make sure that you're always got your buffs rolling. That way you can make sure that you are buffed up. I should have cooked more food before I left. Do you think Power World could get Game of the Year? No. I think it should be in the running for it, but I know that it won't, because I would guarantee that there's some people that are probably going to be very much against that game being in the conversation of it. I could easily see the Game Awards not really wanting to talk about it too much because they don't want to piss off Nintendo, depending on, you know, what the situation is. However, we're gonna get Final Fantasy VII Rebirth this year and Dragon's Dogma 2, and Black Myth Wukong, a Final Fantasy XIV expansion. I feel like there's something else this year that comes out as well. Like, Power World's not in it. It's also not a complete game either. You know what I mean? It's great. It's a great game. It's an awesome game. I love the game, and I can't wait to see what the game turns into in the future. But it's largely still a very, very much incomplete game. And I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't put early access games into the running for Game of the Year either, right? They'll probably put it for indie. Maybe indie Game of the Year, maybe. I could see that. First time tip pull out. Yep, basically that's a good point. Wukong does look good. Yeah, Black Myth looks fucking sick. It really does. What class are you gonna do in Dragon's Dogma 2? I'm probably gonna go Warrior to begin with, and then I'll go Warfare later on, and maybe do like some type of like magic / two-handed mix. I don't know yet. I haven't really like fully decided. Like, I think everybody's gonna go Warfare at one point, right? Because, like, Warfare is, like, create your own class, basically. Though, I'm not gonna lie, Mystic Spearhand looks sick as fuck. Mystic Spearhand looks sick. Like, it looks like some straight up Jedi shit. Apparently, Ubisoft CEO is calling Skull and Bones a quadruple A game. Is it really? Just because your studios are inept and can't finish a fucking project on time doesn't mean you get to put an extra A at the end of it. I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, they can put whatever they want in there, but to be honest with you, I'm just telling you what they're going to do. They're not going to be giving it. They're not going to give it Game of the Year. I mean, they gave Dave the Diver indie. They put Dave the Diver in the fucking indie category of the year, and that's a game that was published by fucking EA or something like that. It was a game that was published by a major publisher. Like, let's be real. That's the one thing that I'll say specifically. Like, when I'm talking about stuff, I'm saying it because I'm just telling you what like the reality is, not like what I wish would happen. I mean, I think that everything should get a chance to get Game of the Year. Have you tried Kingdom Come Deliverance? No, I have not. Isn't that like one of those multiplayer games? Like the big multiplayer? Dave the Diver was so good. I never played it. What kind of game is it? Because it's one of those games that, like, looking at it, you don't know what it is. You know what I mean? Looking at it, I have no idea what the fuck that game is. Oh. That was dumb of me. There's no denying that the game looks good, but it's not an indie game. What do you mean? Are you talking about Dave the Diver, or are you talking about something else? Sit in my lap. Don't sit on the keyboard. No, lay down. Because you're just going to go sit right on my keyboard again. I know you. You're my cat. Dave the Diver, yeah. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people single-player RPG. Is there anything that you could, like... Can you expound on that? Like, is there anything that's, like, similar? I'm so hungry. It's not funny. I need to probably cook something sometime soon here. It's a chill little game where you fish and then sell them at your shop for money, which helps you get more fish. It's more in depth than that, but the gameplay has loops essentially. Do you like Half-Life 1 more than 2? That's a random ass question. I like Half-Life. I don't know. I mean, I like Half-Life. I don't know, actually. I never really thought about whether I liked 1 more than 2. They're both just kind of like their own experience to me, if that makes any sense. So where in the fuck is this other key at? What was the point of even being able to come up here in the first place? Like, I would imagine I'm supposed to come up here because I can get to something, right? I'm looking for the other button. Nice. This doesn't answer my question. So I'm trying to figure out where, there's like a third button and I'm trying to find it. That was not a random question. That was a test question. Oh my God. Yeah. Maybe it's down here? No, this is where I came from. Let me switch weapons. Not enough stamina to use my fucking hook claw. Am I tripping? I think I am tripping. No, yeah. There's this door here. I found one of the buttons. Now I need to find 2 more. Oh, there's another one right here. Okay, there's one more. This is the other one we pressed right here. Okay, so we got that one. Is that it over there? Can't really tell. Ow. Yeah, I missed it. I missed it. I found it though. I found it though. Don't fall! Ah! Cocksucker. Okay. Gotta let it all reset. Wait for it to be fully green and we should be okay. Nope. Fuck you. Piece of shit game. Absolute piece of shit game. Returning. Do I have less than 2 hours? I should be okay. Get up that fuck. Fat fuck. There we go. You got it. We got it. Okay. Give me the treasure! There'd be something good in here. Watch it be some bullshit. Fuck did I say? What did I say? I mean, I guess I didn't have a wand, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, it's been a really long time since I've played Half-Life. An absurdly long time, actually. I played Portal recently, though. Portal 2. No, Portal. Regular Portal. We've been to the top already. So I guess we just kind of scoot on out of here, right? Summon the hunter. I'm playing a Portal-like game called Entropy Center, which is a really neat puzzle game. Puzzle games are always kind of nice every once in a while, just for a vibe. More of a solo game, though, not really a stream game, to be honest. Commune with the flame. The hunter is alive. Perhaps she can reveal a thing or two about survival in the Shrouded Lands. Okay. Oh, I probably need to build something to like house the other person, right? Probably just stick their ass up here, honestly. Or do I need to build another specific staff to summon that person? God damn it. Shift R. Guess I'll put that in there for now. I don't know. Isn't my consumables one? Yeah. I need to build another chest. I need better chests, honestly. I've never played Talos Principle, no. Is it true that you can build anything in this game, like an entire kingdom? I'd imagine you probably could if you really wanted to, yeah. Don't I have to, like... I need shroud spores to make a small magic chest. Nails and wood logs. No, not twigs. I need wood. And it needs dirt. We need dirt. How do we get dirt? Oh, pickaxe, right? What an interesting animation for that. No. Does anybody remember how to do this? I don't really remember. I don't remember. There's something off about the player model in this, kind of. I don't know, like the movement's like really snappy. Like almost too snappy in some ways, but I still don't mind it. I think the gameplay overall is like really smooth. Cry More with the $10 in Australian says, hope you have a personal attachment to all the nails you use to craft in this video. Bro, like I already feel a personal attachment to him because metal's hard to come by. I'm worried about it, to be honest. That, and I don't remember I don't remember how to make the staff to like do I need to make like a staff to like summon the fucking what's her face? Summon the hunter. The hunter must be summoned in the base in order for her to walk this plane once more. Requires a summoning staff. I think I made a summoning staff, right? I do have shroud spores. I technically probably could make a magic chest. Probably be worth it. I wonder how many more spaces did the magic chest have? Shroud wood. I guess I have a pretty decent amount of scraps. Why are nails hard to come by? Or not nails, but are nails expensive? Don't tell me nails are expensive. I hope they aren't. Bro, I thought I made a fucking summoning staff. You get a ton of metal by raiding the raider village. I mean, a ton is a strong word. I get a sum. Oh, is it through this? Summoning staff. Here it is. I need twig. The fuck? It's like bugged out. Yeah. It was like, it like bugged out for a second. And it was like forcing my character to walk in like one direction. That was really weird. Okay. Surviving together. I've survived long enough to know when there are others like me. We need to do more than persevere. We must settle down, grow crops, revive the land. There's a place I remember. Another ancient vault that was built. You should search it. Okay. Find salt. There are many things we lack. Without a steady supply of salt, it'll be challenging to preserve fur. Okay. It might not be far from here, but I know the land well. Here, I'll mark a location for gathering salt. It will not disappoint. Okay, and she can make she can make a backpack. She can make scrap arrows. A drying rack. Use salt to conserve furs for longer usage. Oh, furs deteriorate? Animal fur. Warm in the winter, comfortable in the summer. Versatile resource is very common and used for a great many things. Wax torch. Probably like last longer, right? Scouting set. Carpets. And wall decorations is what she makes. No, it's just a different material. Oh, so you like put what, you put skins on the rack? Is that what it is? You put furs on the rack and it turns into a different material? Dried fur. This is like if you want to make a ranger. Okay. Thanks for the loot, bitch. Thanks for the loot, bitch. We actually need to figure out our food situation, guys. This isn't looking good. So we got some berries. Probably try to store the shroud liquid. Throw this back in there for now. The twigs. I'm not gonna do it like now, but I'll probably do it like off stream, and I'll come in and I'll do some like actual building and organizing. I might do that like off stream tonight or something like that when I'm eating dinner. Because I get like I get like weirded out by not having like super organized inventory. I don't know why. There's something inside me that cries for it. That says this is what you must do. Is there anything to help me like cook stuff? Like cook better food? Is there like a cooking pot or something like that maybe? Or am I just not at that point? We'll cook this. We'll use this. Wonder if there's a better way to get water too, actually, now that I think about it. Yep, fourth person, you rescue. We'll teach you that. Oh, okay, cool. And how to get water is a mystery as well. Okay, figured as much. I mean, I feel like I get plenty of it just from like breaking vases and opening boxes and stuff like that, but by the time you get a cook, water probably doesn't matter as much because you'll probably just make better food to replace what you're using for water anyway, right? Okay, I bought Enshrouded again to confirm. And yes, the performance on AMD GPU is fixed now. No longer micro stutters constantly. Happy it's fixed. And I get to play some of this now. Maybe get your girlfriend on board. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Visit a well? Really? Have I seen a well? I mean, I probably like walked past one, not even thought about it. But wouldn't you need something to put the water in? Oh, well. They've been very good with hotfixes since its release. Yeah, I've actually seen in a lot of cases, people have told me that the developers are really nice and they reach out and stuff like that. Okay. Bah! Like, my character's like a fucking crackhead. Ah! Should I just go find the alchemist? There's like another quest on the way anyway, so yeah, let's do that. No, that's not what I want to do. Ah. You're a wizard, Harry. I wonder if they add a body of the water to the game world. Ah, that'd be really nice. I'd like to see like fishing and stuff like that. Guys, I fucking love fishing. I love fishing mini games. I think every game needs a fishing mini game, even if it doesn't even make sense in the context of the game. I think first-person shooters should have fishing mini games. Every game should have a fishing mini game. If I don't see true, real, and based in the chat right now, then I have a problem, and we are no longer friends. Final Fantasy 15 had one of the best fishing mini games. It literally came out of nowhere. Yes, Doom should have a fishing mini game. Absolutely. I am actually a little bit upset that this game, like, I like it when games use the, like, Bethesda RPG way of leveling up certain skills and stuff like that. There's something satisfying about wanting to do those, repetitive things to, like, level up those abilities and stuff. But no, for real though, Final Fantasy 15's fishing minigame was so good. It was so good. It was like a Bass Pro game in the middle of like Final Fantasy 4 or Final Fantasy 15. I'm like, why? Who would, like, somebody at Square Enix at that time was just like, look guys, I recently went fly fishing and I need it in this game. Can I get to this place from this way? I'm kind of winging it right now. Be honest with you. I speak your language. You can get anywhere with a minifig. Yeah, that's fucking true. This game looks good. Might have chicken to look into to get. Hey, man, you know what I say. I tell you guys what I always say. Watch as much as you can. Look at reviews, and then make your decisions based on that. Last thing that you want to do is purchase a game and only find out later it wasn't actually for you. I think a lot of times people watch a little bit of gameplay, or maybe they hear somebody go, "I love it," and they go, "Oh, well, if he likes it, then I'll like it." But sometimes you got to look at it a little longer than that. A story of fire. I'm on my way. Batman. I don't remember how the actual theme song goes. Yeah, overall, I really dig the art style for this game. Like, it's like stylized, but it's also kind of like, it's not like realistic, but you know what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I like stylized games personally. Big fan. I know a lot of games want to go like photorealistic, and I'm like just not I'm not for that personally. Poisonally. Basically, if it has crafting, I want it. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of been the fad, right? That's kind of the thing. Ow, my legs. In a world destined for ruin, humanity will fade, as all beings do. Their light will flicker and die, untouched by the eternal flame. Meaningless and minuscule in the face of near endless insight, burning brightly, turning to dust as we turn to fire, an endless cycle of ruin and torment. This is a poem by me. Thanks for the shoes. We pretend to read them as children, but now the obelisks hide their truths. I was a fool thinking I could find a solution to my problems here. No one hears my prayers, and I feel so tired. I wish you were by my side, brother. Forgive me. Vettel. Where them boots? Oh, look at them. We got some J's on. Magical resistance, stamina regen. These are fucking way better. Like green. Them looking green. I thought that was good loot. I got fucking robbed. My whites are better than that green. Fuck you, goat! Got lucky. Literally got lucky. Oh, wait a minute. I mean, yeah, that is actually true. You get 2 hours to refund it on Steam. That's a good point. You know, I mean, you could just be like me. I just commit to my bad decisions. I had to get, I like buy a game. I have it for like 5 minutes, and I'm like, I can't believe I bought this game. This game fucking sucks. And it's like, well, it's too late now. And it's like, yeah, but you could return it. And it's like, no, I can't. I can't. I need to live with my mistakes. A really good example of that, of like a game that I really want to get into playing it because I have the feeling it's a game that I would enjoy. Like I wanted to learn how to play, like I want to play Outward, but I just for some odd reason every time I try to play it, I just bounce right off it. Bounce right off it. The Lair of the Alchemist. There's like a camp here. I wish those were fast travel points too. Fucking wands are cheap. Wands are cheap. I'm going in there like a real man. Yeah, come on, big buddy. Come on, give me the slashings. Oh, I thought you were gonna hit me. Oh, now you're stunned, son. Now you're dead. Give me your shit. Whoa! Who was that? Oh, I see you. I see you, motherfucker. Holy shit. What the fuck? What happened? I was so disoriented there. I was just like, it's dark. Help. Somebody help. I could really use a lantern right now. Is this PoE 2? It is. This is actually Baldur Scrolls 5. Try it again, bitch. Piece of shit. Up here, fucking hanging out like a little fucking bitch. On that bitch shit. Oh, come on. I can't see you. Man, you guys are pussies. Fighting in the dark and shit. Look at that. Get fucking parried. Get fucking parried. Shouldn't even have came to work today, dude. You should have stayed home with a wife and kids. Instead, you came here just to get fucked. Don't worry. I'm going to your house after this. I'm gonna let her know how hard you worked. Wait, this is not Elder Scroll. I can't even say that. Elder Souls. Elder Souls actually sounds like a really good name for a game, though. Sick band name. Come on. Go ahead. Shoot your shot, bud. Nobody wants to play Elderfield. Elderfield Golden Edition. Remastered. Remake. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they cancel Elder Scrolls 6 and they just do a remake instead. They're like, guys, you know what? Now that I think about it, we fucking lost it. We don't got the touch anymore. They didn't like Starfield. We don't understand why. I think the best thing we can do is just we just need to do something we already did before. That's what I would do if I were them. I'd be like, guys, it's time to go back to the drawing board or go back to the fucking the mother's milk that brought us here. Daggerfall or Morrowind remake would be so fucking sick. Change my mind. I would be surprised. Todd could never take an L. That's true. That's true. He's still trying to show up those guys that made fun of him for being in chess club. I didn't join your sports ball team. I didn't join your sports ball team because I was too busy making one of the most well-known games ever. Ever. He's such a fucking dork. With his fucking leather jacket. Sky Oblivion next year. That is true. It's not even Elden Beef. It's not even Isn't the Fallout London coming out next year too? Or is that or are those modders still developing on that? All right, we got Alchemy. That's what his name is. Alchemy. So this one doesn't have any sick puzzles and shit? This is just literally just a dude and some enemies. That's it? No sick loot. Oh, there's sick loot over there. Can I get to that sick loot though? Yes, I can. No! But that's fucking bullshit. Watch my small human learn to code and still play sports ball. That's smart. That's smart. That's, you give them 2 tracks to potentially have a successful future. I think that's the best thing you can possibly do. I need to go to the grocery store tomorrow. I'm realizing I'm starting to run out of food. 2 months, I think, for what? Sky Oblivion or what? Or not Sky Oblivion, for Fallout London. Also, who said skill issue? I'm gonna ban you. It's just like Doom. Oh, I can't find him. The fuck is that? Is that a trap? That's a fucking bear trap. Who just puts a bear trap out in the middle of a fucking random room? Wait. Oh, I knew there was loot. I swear, are you guys literally just gonna give me bombs and that's it? That's it? I mean, I guess it's okay. I guess some loot's better than no loot, right? Let's see if we can actually make that jump this time. I think we should be able to. Todd does have tons of skill issues. I think like the most frustrating part is that you know, there would have came a time when they were developing Starfield where they could have said, you know what, chances are, you know, like I would imagine at one point in time they came up and they're going, man, we're gonna have to have a lot of loading screens in this game to be able to pull off, you know, space in this kind of way. And there has to have been somebody in the room that was like, yeah, this is really going to take away from space travel, from the spaceships, from things that we can do in space. Maybe we should scale back on the planets. And then somebody was like, we already told them over 5,000 planets or 1,000 planets or what it was. We already told them 1,000 planets. It won't work if it's not 1,000 planets. And then there was somebody that then answered that with, yeah, you're right. We got to keep it to 1,000. All right, put in the loading screens. Like, that conversation would have had to happen. I saw you. I fucking saw you. I knew what kind of bullshit you were trying to pull. That's one. Two. Give me your shit. Ooh. Dead. Wonder if there's a, can I go like a daggers build? That would be kind of cool. I kind of like to play like a rogue, but I don't think you can. Metal scraps. Water and metal scraps. Whole lot of bombs, man. Whole lot of bombs. Just finished the last video. Keep up the good work. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed it. It was made for you guys, not for me. I'm just kidding. It was for me. I like to talk to myself, so you know, if I can turn that into something, I will. Looking for any reason to jump back into a good Bethesda game? Fucking anybody is, man, to be honest. I mean, like, I vividly remember how much I loved Skyrim. I bought Skyrim fucking twice. I was one of those people. I played the absolute balls off of that game. It was so good. It's so good. But, with that said, they couldn't deliver on it a second time. And I think largely what it is like they just completely forgot why people like playing their games. They made it sound like it was like, oh, well, you know, they love exploration, but like that's not exploration. Like, how do you guys like not realize that, you know, is this safe? It's safe enough. Hey! That was disappointing. Where's my shit now? Can I even get to it? Oh, okay, I respawned here. That's not too bad. I was genuinely afraid there that I wouldn't be able to go back to get my stuff. Clip that? Don't clip that. What's wrong with you? Why would you do that? I'll find out where you live. Nope. Ooh, I forgot I don't have my inventory. Dude, I'm so used to playing. I'm so used to playing Pal World. I'm so used to playing Pal World. Where like I already have my, okay, now all of a sudden I have my shit back. Oh, I was out of stamina. Fuck. Okay. That makes sense. That's actually not my fault. That's somebody else's fault. You lose previous items if you die twice? Probably. I mean, I didn't really have like a lot of shit anyway. It's not really that big of a deal. I probably like lost some like food, metal scrap, things like that, if anything. No, it looks like my original death is still there, actually. Yeah, this should be my explosion death here. Yep. Note to self, don't smack barrels. Come on, bitch. Come on with that pussy range shit. Fine, you know what? I'll range you right back. Ow, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. See that line of sight? That's some fucking World of Warcraft tech. What do you guys know about that? What you know about that? Oh, it's dark. Am I tripping? Motherfucker. What the fuck? I don't even know who attacked me. What is this? Oh, it's salt. Slowed up. AAA games make or AAA devs make games for themselves to feel good under the limitations and constraints of the executives while being salty at indie games for their freedom and innovation. I don't necessarily even really think it's that. Like, I don't get me wrong, there are definitely some AAA developers that have some really fucking bad opinions. Like, just genuinely fucking bad opinions. Let's be real. You know, I'll be the last person to say otherwise, because that's wholeheartedly the way that I definitely feel. Now, with that said, I think mostly a lot of it just comes down to the fact that they are so restricted by the people that are above them that they just don't really have the freedom to make choices. Even if those choices would overall benefit a game and its longevity, its lifespan, how much money it would make, sell, etc. I think that a lot of stuff just gets kind of lost in the weeds. I think that's the best way to say it. Just kind of gets lost in the weeds. Ow, you fucker. Okay. All right, you're a motherfucker. I get it. All right. I'm full. Full of shit. I don't really need that. I don't really need that. I don't really need that either. Or that. Well, that's all I got from that, huh? That is not... Okay. It actually healed quite a lot. There's just more salt in here, I think. Just more salt mines. I need to figure out how to get the fuck out of here. Hey, can you teleport out of here? Not enough stamina. God damn it. The amount of times that... I hate stamina systems. I hate stamina systems. How do I need to get out of that place? I guess I can go down this way. This is the elixir well that I've already done. There's another elixir well on the other side. Yeah, stamina specifically in this game, I'm not a huge fan of. Yeah, the stamina system in this game, I think, needs to get dialed back a little bit. Subnova. I don't actually have Twitch commands even put into my Twitch. Sorry about that. My Twitch and both my Twitch and my YouTube, in general, like my Steam stuff or stream stuff, needs to get worked on. I just haven't put a lot of work into that kind of stuff because honestly, I don't even know how any of that shit works. To be honest, don't know how it works. Don't know what the point of it is. Don't know why people want it, but I probably should try to get some of that stuff kind of handled. Probably need to get it like handled. You know what I mean, I guess that's one way for me to reset my Enshrouded timer, right? You spooky bitch, huh? No, you get away from the shade first. Okay. I should probably get into the habit of just like walking around rather than being a fucking idiot. The fuck? Rather than being stupid and like trying to like run all the time. Fuck that. I'm kidding. I'm running. A lot of bugs. Holy shit. What is that? Oh, it's a torch. Holy shit. Come on. Come on, who's next? Got you. Come on. That's some bitch shit. You came from behind your boy like that. Come on. I fucked that up. Ooh. I'd probably do this, actually. I don't want to die. I've already died enough. All right. How the fuck do I get out of this place? I guess thinking about it's not gonna help me, huh? I think I need to go this way. If I go straight and then take a right, I can get out. Hopefully. Maybe. Yeah, we're on the right path. We're good. Nope, I'm ignoring all of you guys. I got time for your bullshit. I know, I'm trying to leave now, okay? This is an elixir well. That means it should be one of these things. Yeah. Oh. Woo. That was scary. That was scary. I mean, I can probably teleport now, right? Nope. Need to get out. I need some of these because I'm trying to make some whatchamacallit. I need the little thing so I can make some chess, some magic chess. What is this? Oh. Oh my god, we made it. We made it. Back to base. Let's get our alchemist. Our alchemy. Big Al. Where is this at? There we go. Another survivor awakened. The alchemist will prove helpful by crafting potions and healing tinctures. Will he now? We shall see. We shall see. Alchemy. I'm gonna put you under the stairs. Yeah, you totally deserve to be under the stairs.
The world is its own magic.
Is it? Carpentry. Another set of hands would be useful if we ever plan to expand the base. I, for one, could use more storage for my potions. I happen to know of a location of another ancient vault. Why not have a look around? Eternal magic. We are specks of dust in a whirlwind of stars, my friend. Do you dare to reach out, wishing to grasp a piece of eternity? Perhaps obtaining an eternal spell would suit you. I know one was buried in an underground tomb alongside its dreadful master. You could use of it. Okay. Mycelium. What's that? The thing you're carrying. Mycelium. Flameborn, I advise you to be cautious. What you're holding is highly dangerous. It's a disease. It's suffering. It's a fungus that aims to devour our world. Humans saw potential in the flesh of the plant, but they only brought calamity. Please, stay clear of that substance. It marks demise. Then why can't I grab it? Oh, healing potions are, like, relatively easy to make. That's nice. Ice bolt. Grinding stones. Set up for grinding. Especially good for hard ingredients. Okay. Bug dust. Spiritual cane. Magic weapon. Alchemist. Apprenticed hat. Maybe I should be a magic caster. I bet magic casting's probably pretty good in this. Have you tried MetaQuest 3? No, I'm poor. No, I am poor. I do not have the kind of money to be spending on things like that. No. That and like I don't know, man. VR just has not interested me. Like, VR doesn't interest me until it gets to the point where it plugs into my brain. You know what I mean? I'm just one of those people where, it's probably just not going to be for me, not until I get to the point where it's something like that. And I feel like we're probably a long ways away from things like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What is going on here? Oh my god, I'm missing so many messages. I didn't even have my Discord open. I have so many messages and stuff. Oh my god. Was I got texted too? Oh my god. Oh my god. It happens like that. It'd be like that. Level 8 here? Yeah, I gotta get some more leveling up. I really do need to grind away at this game. I really do need to grind away at this game for sure. What up, maybe? Just saw your video on Palworld getting bigger. I can see this game growing a lot, and Microsoft has their hand in the cookie jar already. I feel like Microsoft will push further as well. I mean, Microsoft is just going to make sure that they have the tools available to be able to, you know, develop the game, I think. They have a lot of things on their side right now, so it's ultimately going to come down to whether or not, you know, they have the stuff to continue to keep it going and pushing it forward. You know what I mean? Largely, that's where all this kind of stuff goes. Largely, I think that is the direction that things will go. You're reading it. I just read your comment. Huh? It's kind of odd. Anyway, I am hungry. Chat. I'm hungry. So what does this guy have going on? I actually have a lot of quests, I feel like, stacked up, or maybe not. Flame altar and base improvements. You can expand your home in different ways. Upgrading the flame altar increases the building range. Strengthening the flame increases your protection against the shrouds. I just don't know how to get the strengthening thing. No, not extinguished. Shroud core. How do you get shroud cores? And sparks. How do you get shroud cores and sparks? Scavenger matron head. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I think it's probably just adventuring more than anything else, right? Shroud cores are from tougher enemies or can be crafted. Sparks come from the flame shrine. Alchemists can make it and drop. Spars is... I can't read that. The fucking... Alchemists can make it and it drops. Spars... Oh, Sparks. Sparks is from flame altars across the world. I got you. Flame sanctums. I got you. Okay, that makes sense. No, I don't want this. Sick. Sick. All right, chatty. All right, chatty Kathy. I'm hungry. I want to get some dinner. We've been streaming for over 6 hours. We've been chilling. We had a good day. We talked a lot. Tomorrow is what? Tomorrow's Friday. I don't think I have anything to record tomorrow. I might do like a little bit of a later stream, maybe a shorter later stream tomorrow. And then what I'll do is I'll probably do some writing in the morning. If you're in the Discord, I usually try to drop announcements or at least talk to everybody. You know, I didn't really do it today. Today I just kind of hopped on. But stream announcements are in the Discord. I know I realize some of you guys are just kind of hanging out and you just see it pop up on your timeline on YouTube or on Twitch and you should probably just follow it from there. But with that said, if for some odd reason you are not in the Discord, get in the Discord. Link to the Discord is in the description of the stream. It's also in every single video as well. So if you guys want to come and join us in the Discord, make sure that you do. I'll hop on tomorrow for a little bit after I finish writing. Maybe. We'll see. Today's been a solid stream. Good time. Really fun. Appreciate everybody coming by. Thank you guys for those of you guys that subbed today. Thank you so much. For those of you who became members over on YouTube, also thank you so much. And thank you to anybody that's become a patron lately. That's actually been getting a lot of support, and I can't tell you guys how much I appreciate that. I say it all the time, but it goes a long way. It really does. So, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'm going to get myself some dinner, chill out for the rest of the evening, and catch up on messages before I get yelled at anymore. So, yeah, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends, and I will catch you in the next stream.